that we can gain some insight into the factors that are needed.
Thank you very much. Good morning. BDC is the government's main investment arm, and it's also a development finance institution. It has a very long history, and I believe its footprints are in every sector of the economy, because traditionally its strategy has been very sector agnostic. We focus on all the sectors, including the tourism sector. And actually, if you look at almost all the pioneering tourism assets in this country, they have one or the other, some linkages with the Botswana Development Corporation. In its early years, it provided infrastructure to tourism companies. If you look at, for instance, tourism and hospitality, even where we are here, these are some of the infrastructure that has been provided by BDC. You look at the Cresta Maracanelo Group. It used to operate mainly in the hotels that were owned by BDC. If you go to all the tourism areas in the country, especially the key ones, you go to Chobe, there are BDC assets there. You go to Mashatu Nature Reserve, BDC has got its footprints over there, as well as in Mau.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Yeah.
And how much of, I guess this is also a question for Stanbic Bank as well, how much importance is sustainability put on the projects? When a project comes to you and they have their outline, how much emphasis is placed on sustainability?
Yeah. I think BDC is largely self-funding, which means we do raise own capital in order to own land to the promoters for the various projects. Sustainability becomes key in the sense that if you look at our funders, for instance, they expect to be paid back whatever we have borrowed from them. And also, if we invest in a project, our expectation is that it must yield some returns, it must create economic value, and we should be able to come out of those projects and reinvest in others so that we are able to empower citizens by divesting from our former projects. This means sustainability to us as a developmental organization is very important. One, like I said, from a return point of view, that we need to continue earning a return to be able to reinvest. Two, we want projects that can make an impact in the community. Like I said, we are not sector agnostic. Therefore, we go into other sectors such as, for instance, healthcare, because we want the communities to benefit from such projects. Other than that, we are also conscious of the environment to say our projects should not harm the environment because we want continuity, and the only way we can achieve it is to ensure that the environment is safe and we are able to operate in perpetuity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Kesa Abetswe, can you tell me about Stanbic Bank's point of view? What are the success factors that you look for, and how much of a factor is sustainability?
All right. Thank you, Carmen. And I think we spent quite a lot of time practicing my last name. We omitted to do that for my first name, but I'm Onalen Nakiseabetu, just Ona for short. Okay. Just a bit about Stanbic. I think we've been in the Botswana market as a commercial bank for just over 30 years. Regionally and internationally, we are part of the Standard Bank group, so you'll notice our shield logo being unanimous across the region. From an investment banking perspective, there are two main things that we focus on. Firstly, and this is our primary business, we provide debt funding to businesses operating in the market. But secondly, which is an upcoming avenue that we're offering in our market, is offering advisory services around the raising of capital. So it's not only about Stanbic providing debt capital to operators in the market, but it's also about us advising how best to access capital that's there in the market, because we as a bank are not the only type of capital provider. So we can play a bit more of a role to operators in the market. From a critical success factor perspective, look, I think obviously from a business model perspective, there would be subject matter experts within tourism itself. But what I would just like to touch on a bit is what would look like success from a funder's perspective that we can sort of lean on when we do our assessment on our side. I think first and foremost, it's just in terms of long-term access to your primary assets that you are operating from as an operator. For us to provide you long-term debt capital, obviously we need that certainty to be able to know that, okay, this operator has maybe a 20-year concession. And this is essentially where government support can even come in for those operators that don't necessarily own their own assets, but to know that there's government support to give them the assets to be able to operate from. I think just going on to that, one of the success factors we look for is around proven sustainability of earnings. I think just allow me to take a moment to contextualize this. I think through the business cycle, there's different paths. There's the early stage, there's the growth stage, maturity, et cetera, et cetera. From a bank funding perspective, our main focus would be from the growth stage to the mature stage. That does not mean that greenfield projects are not able to raise funding, but it's just that our main focus, given how we are structured, we would focus more around the growth phase and the mature phase. And what typically gives the comfort for us to be able to support businesses in the growth phase and the mature phase is a proven sustainability of earnings. So if you look back to how far they've been operating, things like average bed nights, things like sustainability of earnings, things like their degree of operating leverage to make sure that not overly indebted with overheads, things like that certainly give us some comfort in terms of sustainability of earnings of the business. I have a few more points, but the one last one I'd like to touch on is in terms of diversity of offering to the market. I think oftentimes you will find that some projects are very similar in nature to others and operating right from the same region. And then the question might be, why have you supported this one but not been able to support the other? For us, it's quite imperative that there's clear differentiating factors that are targeting very specific parts of the market. The more that is more specific, the better it looks for us. That's not to say that where somebody has an offering that's very generic and diverse, we won't be able to support. I think there then the strength of the earnings is then an overarching factor more than anything. So just wanted to give a view on some of the success factors that we would look for, particularly from a funding perspective.
Oh, that's really interesting about the diversity, that you look at that impact on the market as a whole. Yeah. Let's cross over to Mr. Diakete now. It's very interesting that RDC has a lot of properties outside of Botswana, so your portfolio is quite diverse. Could you explain a bit about the real estate industry and also what RDC does and how it can help investment in Botswana?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody, and especially the minister that is here to honor us this morning. For those of us that are here this morning, it's a pleasure to have the minister, because those that were here yesterday afternoon didn't have the pleasure to be heard by the minister. Thank you, Minister. Yeah, we are a little bit of an example of what an investor, foreign investor, could actually do in the country. We started many years ago, and I listed a property fund in 1992. 96 was a year of transformation. We started working with the pension funds. We never had the pleasure of working with BDC because we funded by ourselves with capital raised on the stock exchange. In fact, it was through the suggestion of the President Mohai, His Excellency the President, that we actually invested in hospitality. Mm-hmm. And the first project of ours was in Chobe Marina Lodge, okay, which is a lodge in the north. Yes. Clearly that made our interest in hospitality. And we grew the portfolio. At a certain point, our portfolio Botswana was a little hub for us to invest outside of the country, mm-hmm, and we raised funding on the market here through bonds and equity. and we acquired a portfolio outside of the country. We invested in Madagascar, where we have a lodge, and in Joburg, in Rosebank, we did an hotel, which is the Radisson Red. So basically, we started investing from Botswana outside, and the catalyst to the fundraising was a large investment here in Gaborone, which is one of the hotels and mixed-use development. So what you really see is the strength of Botswana because of its political stability and the capital available on the market through the pension funds. We managed to then invest abroad. Now we have a portfolio which is, for Botswana, fairly large, of which 75% is outside of the country. So I believe that this is a way for the Botswana economy to actually diversify, because the benefit of our pension fund holders that have shares of our company will actually be felt in the next 30 years with portfolios outside of the country. So in terms of hospitality, they represent 13% of our portfolio. What has made really that sustainable for us is, I think, and things that people don't really say all the time, is one is trust empirical data. So look at the figures and not what so-called consultants tell you, because if you look at the market, by looking at empirical data which exist in the market, for example, in the hospitality, they'll tell you what the average room rates are achieved by the different products. And by doing that, you actually see what is really on the ground. Clearly, unless you have a product that is completely out of the market, then those are data that are real facts. So, you know, it is important, because some of the hotel groups that invest in different locations, and typically Botswana, you'd have seen at the beginning of, they come here, they think, oh, the average room rates are very high, and in fact they are not very high. So one has to become sustainable, one has to look at hard facts. Okavango carries some very high average room rates, but the availability of land is not there. So government could possibly help in that, providing leases, providing the infrastructure for tourism to be investing in those spaces. Chobe, for example, is another area in Botswana which is quite endowed with the Chobe National Park, but there's a lot of properties already there, and if you look at the average room rates, there's a lot of competition. So again, it's not that I'm trying to protect where we are, but you can see where the markets are by looking at the statistics. And I think it's important to determine those areas that are new, pristine areas where there is potential for investment. So that renders a project sustainable. From a ESG point of view, clearly hospitality is a fantastic opportunity for the country. It employs, we've already heard it, the employment is very high. And the fact that we employ essentially citizens in all our properties, that is important, because it creates, every employment generated supports the large family structures. And you have cultural investment, because we invest a lot in supporting the cultural tours and cultural activities. So I'm taking an example. We started with some kids doing some shows on some traditional dance at Chobe Marina Lodge. Now those kids are now become teenagers, and they're even grown, and we provide them an opportunity to earn money over their lifetime. And they've been with us for 20 years. So those groups of cultural activities are integral part of the growth of our portfolio. So I think the effect of investment in tourism is even wider than other commercial investments.
That's true, and I love that you've invested in the youth, because as we know, Africa has the largest youth population in the world, and that shows a lot of foresight, doesn't it, to invest in these youngsters and foster them, and they can grow within your hotel and resort projects. So that brings us nicely on to Kaletso Bogatsu. From an operations side, you know, you're at the helm of one of the premier MICE places in Gaborone. Hold on, I've mispronounced that as well. Gaborone. So tell me about your perspective from an operations side of things.
Thank you, Carmen. And yes, you are so correct in saying that we do have such a unique product, and we are blessed to be able to facilitate the amount of conventions that come through here from an international point of view. So just to touch on the history of why collaboration and investment is so important, more especially in the tourism and hospitality industry. So Piedmont has been in Botswana since 1995. They're a South African-based company. They came in here and collaborated with BDC. BDC, who's the shareholder of the property that we are at the moment. So when Piedmont started as a management company in Botswana, the only facility that was available in the property was the Walmont, which is the main hotel. And that only included the 2 conference rooms, the Okovango and the Moremi. Piedmont then later on invested in the building of the Metcourt Inn and the casino as it stands today. Just to showcase the collaboration between the 2 shareholders, in this case being the BDC and Piedmont. BDC then built this structure that we are at the moment that is called the Gaborone International Convention Center. It was actually the first ICC in Botswana. We've obviously subsequently to that, Botswana has built a couple of other ICCs in various parts of the country. And I think in that it just showcased why it's so important for collaboration of the 2 big brands to take place, and you know, obviously it has contributed to the GDP growth or the tourism industry, and not just the growth of it from that point of view, but in a lot of aspects, you know, from an employment point of view, from just injecting into the tourism industry and giving other investors the opportunity to realize this relationship that actually has been going on for 28 years and still going strong till today. We are hoping, obviously, in doing more projects together. In later years, the 2 shareholders have actually acquired what we call the Mondio, which is 12 kilometers across the city. They've also both acquired a property in Francistown called the Metcourt Inn Hotel that has got 56 keys, and which also includes the Citibank Casino. So it is possible that 2 brands of this nature can collaborate to expand and give value to the tourism industry, as we are seeing with Piedmont and BDC.
That's great. So these new properties that you're talking about, are they going to be MICE properties or business hotels? What are we looking at in coming up in the future?
Obviously, our intention at the moment as Botswana and our focus is to create a MICE industry. And if there are going to be any plans of BDC and Piedmont taking this further, it will be to enhance what it is that we've already got. So I think that's the focus, not only for Piedmont and BDC, but I think the focus for the country, because once you mature that MICE industry, everything else becomes a ripple effect. And it just creates a whole new dimension in terms of employment and enhancing of the tourism status.
Yes, there seems to be a lot happening in the MICE sector across Botswana, indeed. So that is interesting. But I think one of the key themes, not only of this investment summit, but also in recent years across the industry, is collaboration, which you really touched on. How important is collaboration? Let's ask Cross Kosidile. How important is collaboration, but not only with big brands? Can larger brands collaborate with smaller brands, like SMEs, for instance? Is there a place in the market for that?
Thank you very much. I think collaboration is key for us, I think from 2 dimensions. One, established brands have set standards in terms of the service that they render. That assures potential customers the comfort and the level of service that they want. Secondly, they have proven commitment to what they are doing. To us, that is what you call skin in the game. When you collaborate with larger brands, normally they've already met the requirements to demonstrate skin in the game. And therefore, you are assured of a partnership that is going to be durable. As I have indicated, with BDC, because we also have a developmental mandate, once we achieve a mature relationship with a mature brand, we seek to exit in order to fulfill some of the developmental obligations. It can be one, to broaden the private sector participation. Two, it can be issues of economic inclusion to ensure that we accommodate women investors, we accommodate youth investors, we accommodate citizens in general. So we see a lot of opportunities in terms of larger brands being able to collaborate with smaller brands through BDC's initiatives. We are also able to invest in terms of equity participations. That helps us to hold, I would say, shareholding on behalf of the smaller brands, so that when they are at the right level, they can take over the BDC stake.
Okay, and what about from a Stanbic Bank point of view? How is collaboration viewed, not only public-private, but from the private sector? Is this less risky from a Stanbic Bank point of view?
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you. So from our perspective, we view collaboration perhaps at a slightly different level from collaborating at the operation level. I think one of the things that's quite important from our perspective is being able to collaborate with perhaps funders as well that will have a pass-through to the sectors themselves. It's not necessarily always us looking to sort of provide capital directly and have bilateral, if I can call it that, in nature. I mean, we've worked quite closely with players that are industry experts. I think, as you can hear, Rakosidile is talking very particularly about the sector. We as Stanbic are working with the likes of a BDC because we understand that they have that strong underlying knowledge of the sector. That, for us, is what collaboration is. If I extend it a bit further, is one of the things that we've done quite strongly is work hand in hand with the likes of the Botswana Stock Exchange in terms of accessing investor funds from the different pension funds. I think that is one emerging and strong source of collaboration that we can bring forth to players in the market to say, we as banks are not the only ones that can actually provide the funding directly to you, but we know other channels within which you can get funding. Just to sort of give a few examples, one of the things we're able to do is help entities raise funding in the debt capital markets. I think we predominantly know this as bonds. Another way we have is help entities raise money on the equity capital markets, which is through listings or rights issues. So collaboration, obviously, for us is at a slightly different level, but I think our participation in the market, whether it's direct or indirect, is just really the result of the collaboration we're able to do from a funding and investment perspective.
And you also act as a sort of financial matchmaker, so to speak.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. I think our dear friends at the Stock Exchange have actually put us to task to be able to do more and develop the capital markets of the country. And I think this is also quite beneficial for the investors because they now have increased assets where they can deploy their funding. So it's kind of like a win-win for everyone involved.
Great. Mr. Giuchetti, what about your investors from outside of Botswana, from Croatia, South Africa, for instance? Do you think there's more potential down the track for your clients to reinvest here in Botswana?
Yeah, I think you're talking essentially partnerships and call them collaboration. We've heard partnerships. I think in the sector, it's very wide. It starts with partners in the different countries. So we take that seriously, and we've always had partners in Botswana. We've had partners entering new ventures in South Africa, in Croatia, Madagascar. We've just come into Zambia with a product which is an hotel of 77 rooms on the Victoria Falls. with a partner, a local partner that knows the market. So that's the first. And they are interested in investing with us than in the country. So they've said to us, look, if you have opportunities, this partnership works well in these countries, why don't we do something together in Botswana or in other jurisdictions? So that is a first level of partnership. Clearly the partnership with the banks, having worked with Standard Bank here, it's easier to work with Standard Bank in South Africa, the largest funder of our portfolio in South Africa. So that is from a financing point of view that, or they are raising bonds with us. So we, you know, it's always like that. As you grow and you are in more jurisdiction, you take advantage of those partnership with your funders, and that is one of the things that we are doing. So that is the partnership from that point of view. The partnership with the brands, and we're talking about tourism, so I'm coming back to, we work with Marriott, we work with Radisson, we work with sales and marketing of companies that are maybe based outside of the country, but that have got the reach to clients that are going to come to Botswana. So all of that is part of the ecosystem that is very, very important. So I think that the partnerships are very wide in all sectors, from incipients to the running of the projects. And those make for an interesting set of dynamics within the portfolio that we run.
Well, we'll be wrapping up soon, but I'm interested in the land perspective. You were saying investment in some parts of Chobe, for instance, is quite saturated. How does it work in terms of acquiring land or knowing what land is available?
Well, I guess we were very lucky in Chobe at the time. There was a tender for a piece of land where we tendered for, and we won that tender. It's a lot more complicated later on. I must say that is one place where we think the government of Botswana needs to be a little more clear on especially with the concessions in the Okavango and places like that. We've been tendering to get some concessions, and we've never really managed. Now we're looking at some acquisitions, but it's always fairly complicated. Even in joint venture, it is complicated. So I think that's an area where I would suggest that there should be some more clarity on the leases, on the type of concession, and giving opportunities. And in certain way, I would like to believe that having proven in the country that we've invested billions in the country, that there should be a recognition of the effort that one does in a country, and then have some sort of consideration for that. Yes. So that's a little hint to to our host country, and I think it's an important one because
a conversation for later.
Conversation for later. But I must say, in other countries where we operate, there is this kind of conversation, and it happens. So you know, we are competing for capital. The capital can go somewhere else, and that is what is happening. We are investing in countries where within very little time we are able to grow our portfolio, because there is this kind of collaboration, again, partnership with the authorities, saying, come and invest here, and we will facilitate, because we see that you've already invested quite a lot. So I think at the end of the day, capital can flow from one place to another, and it's important that we become competitive.
Yes, and I think this conference seeks to open those doors, for instance. And I know that in the next session, where a lot of hopeful entrepreneurs will be pitching to the audiences for funding and for partnerships, there's a lot of hotels vying for money. So what is your advice as industry stalwarts? What's your best advice for these people who are looking to get a foot in the door in the industry? We'll just go down the line. So, Mr. Giachetti.
As I said before, empirical data. Get the figures right, and do your analysis of the market. Or your project is totally out of the market and it's an innovation or whatever, then you have to take a more riskier approach. But get figures, because too many people have burned their fingers by not having the right finger. You don't have a problem in Botswana because there's an incredible stability, economic stability, political stability. In other countries where we operate, that has not been the case. talking about one of the places where we invested a long time ago, and with the ups and downs from a political point of view, it's been quite a challenge because tourism immediately stops coming to a country where there are elections that are creating problems and things like that. So I'm talking about Madagascar, where the tourism really dropped quite a lot during all these years of uncertainty. So I think those political stability is important, but fortunately we're endowed with political stability and economic stability in this country.
Great. Cross-Kusidile, what is your advice for these hopefuls? What's the best way to get a foot in this door?
I think for BDC, we are a risk taker. We provide patient capital. We look at early stage companies. And the reason we do that is because we are looking for broader impact, not just financial viability. Nowadays, there are many forms of funding that one can access, provided one fulfills certain requirements. For instance, a demonstration that you are going to create a green environment that comes at a cheaper cost. I will advise those who are seeking funding to seriously, just from the beginning, to try and make their projects environmentally compliant, because that enhances the chances of getting cheaper funding. Secondly, I think we want projects that are viable. We don't want projects that we become patient with only for them to collapse along the way. That is why I had earlier on emphasized the need for skin in the game. That as they bring forward their proposals, they need to demonstrate commitment to those projects as well, because you cannot partner with someone who lacks commitment. That is very key for us. And also, I mean, we are operating in an environment that has got its own laws that need to be adhered to. Our expectation is that the projects that come forward, and for them to be successful, in all respects, they must demonstrate adherence to the laws of the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Keteletsa Fogatsu, you're a hotelier, someone with so much experience in the hospitality industry. What is your best advice for these young entrepreneurs coming up?
Passion, passion, and more passion. Without passion in this industry, Carmen, you are an absolute non-starter. You deal with a lot of different aspects from a human relations, especially point of view. And if you don't have the passion to deal with people on a daily basis, and I'm talking a variety of people, I'm talking from all over the world. If you cannot even, if you speak to yourself and you say, can I sit with different people in a room on a daily basis? And the answer is no. It's not even an non-starter. I know a lot of people take our industry for granted and think, oh, it's just hotels, you just go in it and you run it. It's not as simple as that. It really is not as simple as that. It takes a lot of hard work, especially when you're starting up a new project. There's no sleeping. The relaxation is the other way around. When a facility is already operating, you probably at the most get like 10 hours leisure, and I'm talking on average throughout the week. Once you start operating or once you start developing a property, we're talking about you working at least 18 hours of the day and only resting a couple of those hours. It's a lot of hard work, and I think for anybody who wants to start in the industry, they need to realize that there's absolutely no sleeping in this industry when you're starting in it.
Invest in coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that. I love the passion that's needed because, yes, it's a very key, I think.
Yeah.
And Ona from Stanbic Bank, what's your best advice?
Yeah, no, thanks, Carmen. I think, being the last speaker, I tend to be at risk of all the points having been covered, but Firstly, I'd just like to echo Guido's words around empirical data and just being very close to your numbers and understanding what is driving each point at each period, why this happened, why that happened, and being able to demonstrate that to the person that you are asking to invest in your business. I think far too often you'll find, especially with early success businesses, where somebody just knows they're making money, but they're not quite familiar with what's driving that business. I think as you move on to the next level and you're looking for people to come into the business, just be very particular and precise about the empirical data. That's actually what really even works for us from a financing perspective. The closer you are, the more empirical the data you're showing is, the better it is for us. And then the second point I'd just like to overlay is be very targeted and calculated about your growth ambitions. I think there's a tendency at times to be overly optimistic around exponential growth. Whilst that is good from a drive perspective, I think at times it sounds like pie in the sky to investors. So there should be a clear path if you're talking about growth from where you are to where you're going and how that particular investor can help you get there and what's in it for them to get there. So just being calculated and targeted about growth ambitions, I think, would go a long way for them. Thank you, Carmen.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We've heard some very key advice there. You know, passion, be realistic, but most importantly, know your numbers. So I really appreciate this conversation. Thank you very much, and hopefully this has offered some good advice for those of you out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? A big thank you to Carmen and our panelists. Once again, Re Cross Khosidile, Managing Director, Botswana Development Corporation. Mr. Guido Giachetti, Executive Chairman, RDC Group. Mekeletso Bogatu, General Manager, the Grand Palm Hotel, Casino and Convention Resort. Le Re Onalena Kesiabetwe, Head of Investment Banking at Stanbic Bank, Botswana. I specifically enjoyed the unpacking of collaboration, or the importance of collaboration and partnerships. I think you cannot, collaboration is the critical ingredient in unlocking and turning, the dreams and the visions of entrepreneurs in this and any other sector really into reality. So I thoroughly enjoyed that. But another two key themes that I think really stood out for me was from Guido and Ona, be realistic. I think that's what I heard, the importance of having empirical data, knowing what drives your business, knowing, why you're where you are in that position is about being realistic. And I think, as an entrepreneur myself, we do, yes, tend to be overly optimistic, even in our projections and what have you. We believe so much in the dream, we believe so much in the vision, that sometimes it's important to step back and bring yourself back to the ground and say, right, what is the real situation? And you can only really discover that through empirical data. And then, of course, the other one that stood out for me was from Keletso. Be passionate. You need grit. You need determination. And definitely you need discipline. If you're going to be on site 18 hours a day, you're going to be looking after guests 24 hours a day. This business is not for the faint-hearted. But this is not to dampen the spirits of those who will be pitching earlier, just maybe giving an opportunity to tweak and slightly pivot the pitch deck if necessary. A quick announcement before we move on. The owner of vehicle registration number B901BMF, apparently your boot is open in the parking lot, so you might want to go and have a look at that and possibly lock your car. Your boot is open. That is B901. BMF. We're now going to get into the next session of this morning portion of the program. Carmen alluded to it a little bit earlier. The session is purely about discovering tourism investment opportunities in Botswana. And as mentioned, there is a number of aspirant entrepreneurs, aspirant investees that are going to be pitching their businesses. And we also have before that a presentation by the Chief Executive Officer at Key Engineering Group, Mr. Emmanuel K.U., who will be talking about solutions for infrastructural development in Botswana. Then we're going to get into another session of panel discussions, and then get to the pitch. So ladies and gentlemen, let me call back to the stage Ms. Carmen Roberts, travel writer and presenter and broadcaster at BBC Corporation, to take us through the next few items of the program. Carmen?
Hello again. You must teach me how to do that at the end. Thank you. But before we get underway with the investment projects, we've got a short presentation by Emmanuel Yu, Chief Executive Officer of the Key Engineering Group. And we'll have another presentation, and then we will call up our panel of experts to the stage. So let's just have a couple of quick presentations before we get underway. Thank you very much. Please welcome Emmanuel Yu.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I guess with the video we are done, I can go home now, right? Thank you for that. All right. Okay. My standing here is mostly because for the last 27 years, I've been involved with the operations at the #1 airport in the world for passenger movement and cargo movement, operations. And what we're talking about is about 100 million passengers per year. And the number of takeoffs and landing is 2,800 plus per day. 2,800 plus takeoffs and landing per day at a facility that has 5 runways. Of the 5 runways, 2 outer runways for landing, 2 inner runways for takeoff, then a 5th runway that can operate both on takeoff and landing. Now, I was privileged for the first 10 years of those 27 years to be the chief electrical engineer, reporting to the director of engineering, responsible to make sure that the electrical systems were always operational. You do not want to have a flight on final approach and then lights go out on the runway. So we made sure that's always working. And in that vein, I was able to understand also most of the operations at the airport and be able to go to various facilities and be able to advise them on their own operation. After you master the art of running your own, everybody wants to come and hear what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, what it is that you can improve on, and so on and so forth. So that is why I am here today. The second reason I am here today is I happen to be born on the continent from Cameroon. So this, for me, is personal, is passion. I have been to several countries. Just to talk about that. So when we get into the meat of this, you will understand a lot more. So the video was to show you a little bit about what we do, and this is an overview for Key. We do engineering, we do construction quality control, we also do facilities engineering, as well as power quality. Power is very important on the operation of airports. We found out the wrong way at Atlanta on December 17, 2017, where we had a complete outage in this passenger system. All the terminals went out. That particular day, I happened not to be in the city, but within 15 minutes, I was getting calls. And I'll be remiss if I did not tell you that today, I have been part of the solution to what occurred in 2017, where we're trying to implement a fix that will enable us avoid for that type of scenario to ever occur at Atlanta Airport. Now, Key Engineering, we talk about partnership, collaborative efforts. So we have collaborating with Michael Baker International, Chuafe, BRTU. And the reason is because we understood very early on that when you go to talk with your client, it is important to be able to offer them a solution to their problem so they don't have to go shopping for the next part of your solution. So if the client comes to you with a situation, you either have the answer in-house or already have partners that are able to provide that solution. So essentially, you give them a turnkey for whatever the situation is that they need to address. We are here today to talk about Botswana. I was privileged to be here during the US trade conference a few months back. I heard the president of this country speak, and then I heard the minister speak. And that's why I came back today, for this particular opportunity. Thank you for that. So we are basically here to partner with the country to help promote tourism as you want it. And we understand that the first facility that everybody encounters when they enter into a country is an airport. And the way they navigate through the airport makes that experience already very encouraging or very disappointing. So we will be looking at all of that as a complete package, and we'll expect the government to tell us how they want to improve their facility, and we'll tell them, we propose to them how we believe they can best implement it. And because we believe that you know best what you want. I cannot come tell you what I want. I know how all the other airports work. So when I come to you, I'll say, okay, if you want A, I'll give you A with this caveat to it. That's what we're all about. So when the government tells us what exactly they want, then we're in a position to now develop a specific program that will work to their needs, that we'll be able to implement within the time frame allotted and the budget given us. Now, as I said, we have relationship, as I advised earlier, and the government will be the partner in this whole venture. And most importantly, we have experts in our team that are ready to provide a solution. Then we are proponents of technology transfer. As I said, I was born on the continent. So the most important thing that I want you to remember, if you make key a part of your operation, when we're done building the facilities, we will train Botswanan on how to operate them, maintain them. Why? So that at the end of the day, you don't need me to come back and repair things for you when you have the technical know-how for some of the young people that are in your country. That is the end story here, if you take nothing else. So we are looking at international, regional airports. That's why I say you tell us what it is that you're proposing to do, and we come in, we develop various scenarios, and we offer them to you. So we coordinate with all the various agencies, in our case, ICAO here on the continent, and go into all the details as to what is needed to bring the airport to the standard that you want, make it comfortable, make it operational. Tourism, airports, then the tourists want a hotel development, they want to go play golf, they want some luxury lodges. We have partners that are ready to come in and invest into those facilities. And so the goal is to understand the various needs, again, put a package that is customized to your needs. And when we talk about hotel, we're talking about branding as well. So if you need a specific brand, we'll make sure we bring them to you. The advantage of having relationships with a lot of different entities make it easy to afford that. Also, yesterday I heard Air Botswana, Ethiopian Air. I work with Ethiopian Air for a few other things, even with Atlanta Airport. So if we want to, when the facilities are built, the demand for passenger traffic is there, and you need more airline partners, we are also able to negotiate and bring those partners to the table to talk with you. Mixed-use developments and all the sustainability that comes with that, again, we'll be able to put the package for you and make it very simple and smooth. If a tourist comes to the country, God forbid, get sick, get into a hurt or something, they want wellness centers, hospitals. You don't want them to go back and put in a TripAdvisor. I got hurt and I did not have a facility to go to for treatment. So we make sure we build state-of-the-art facilities so they get their treatment. So on TripAdvisor, they will say, I got hurt, I needed a facility, I went in, it was state-of-the-art, I recommend you go there and not worry about getting sick or getting hurt or anything when you're in the country. So again, packaging will be available. All these facilities, when they're all built, ready to go, what do you need? Public relations. Give people a reason to come to Botswana to use this facility that will justify the cost that you put into building them. So in that vein, I'm going to call on my marketing manager for a few seconds to talk about that part of it so that you can understand what it is that we can offer you. Ms. Anze Mofo, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Come on, cheer up a little bit. It's a beautiful day. We're in Botswana, and you have all the diamonds in the house and the men that afford the diamonds, right? Or not. Anyway, what is all of this stuff without public relations? Really nothing. I'm pretty sure everyone here understands what marketing is for. So you create a product, and you tell people to come and get it. But the one thing about Botswana that I've noticed is that it's a very, very big kept secret. We don't want to go to Will Smith, who's at the Okavango Delta. We want to build homegrown celebrities. So what we're creating right now is Key Engineering has engaged its partners in Hollywood to actually make sure that when the airports are built, the airline partners come in, the hotel partners come in, and you have the hospitals and the schools. What happens is everybody else out there doesn't know what's going on in here, right? So what we're trying to do here is to make sure that we create relationships with Botswana and Hollywood, which is the center. And our key thing that we're starting with is to be able to bring, starting with the minister, to Hollywood, starting March, if they're ready, of 2024, to join one of the most prestigious and exclusive and anticipated events of the year, which is the Academy Oscars, so that they can meet with studio chiefs, executives, and bring film into Botswana. Once all of that is done, then we can hire Will Smith. How about that? We give him a job and tell him, you come to Botswana, you make the film in Botswana, you bring people to Botswana, and then you take it back to Hollywood and tell them what you've seen in Botswana so they can come. And we do all of the press releases here. We do all of the movie scenarios in here. And that's Gina. I don't know if any of you know Gina Prince. She's one of the honorees last year who won an Academy Award, and she did the movie Woman King in Benin. And that highlighted Benin. We've done with Ghana, South Africa. And she's ready to come to to Botswana and create that particular scenario. So we want to make sure that we bring public relations into Botswana in a way that will make the rest of the world know and understand what Botswana is up to, besides just diamonds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anzi. Now, I told you I heard your president speak a few months ago. I heard the vice president yesterday talk about joint venture, and I heard the minister talk about tourism. One thing I want to emphasize is Atlanta Airport, before becoming #1, was just a field. It was an airfield with crop dusters. That was it. It was used by farmers. Then there was a visionary at that airport. He used to be the mayor for the city, Maynard Jackson. He had a vision, and he says, build the airport, people will come. Everybody thought he was crazy because they were not seeing the traffic. Guess what? More than 20 years later, they've built the airport. People have come. Maynard Jackson is dead and buried, but his legacy lives on. The airport was renamed after him when he passed. International Terminal was named for him. Highways named for the man. So I'm saying this to say vision, visionaries, very critical to development. It makes you selfless. Now, all of what we just talked about, the team that will be in front of you from the first go all the way down is here. We like to call ourselves a mini United Nations because, as I say, I'm from Cameroon, and there is as well. We have members of the team from Botswana that we are talking to, some members of the team from Ethiopia, some from Nigeria, then of course the American citizens born. But the point is, with that whole team, we are ready to come in and grow with you so that in next 10, 15, 20 years, you will also be another success story. And then we're talking about accessibility to come to Botswana. It's very accessible. Instead of hopping left, right, center to get here, it took me a few days to get here, it will be faster and it will be more enjoyable. But most, don't forget, Botswana now becomes the talk of the world. It's a secret. Until I came here a few months ago, I did not know anything about the diamonds in Botswana. I didn't. But guess what? Now I know about it. Tomorrow we need to talk about tourism in Botswana, so that when you Google tourism, safari, Botswana pops up, not Kenya, but Botswana. Can we do that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel and Anze, for such an inspiring presentation. I love the foresight. I love the foresight that you're including the youth of today and also hoping to get to the Oscars. That's amazing. Let's watch this space. I'm definitely going to be tuning in March to see. Wouldn't that be fantastic if our minister was at the Oscars? I love that marketing foresight. I think that is quite key, and I love that our partners are ready for this future investment. One more presentation before we get underway with our Dragon's Den type segment. We've got Moshie Ratsibe, the Director of Investment and Promotion for the Botswana Investment and Trade Centre. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. My name is Moshie Ratsibe from the Botswana Investment and Trade Centre. I work as Director responsible for investment promotion. My portfolio has got a focus on financial services with a bias towards what we call International Financial Services Centre. I also look after the tourism businesses, education, health services, and others, including ICT. I don't know whether my presentation is ready now to play. I could do with the help of the flicker. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, it does work. I'm quite impressed, and I must say congratulations to BTO and the Parrot Ministry of Tourism for putting together such a magnificent, well-put conference, so to speak. When I walked in earlier in the morning, I was surprised actually on the second day to see so many people who have filled up the room. And I had a conversation with someone who reminded me the reason why several years ago I decided to jump out of the accounting profession to be where I am today. Normally when you attend finance, account-related functions like these ones, you know that at the end of the evening, everybody gets to be sent home. If ever you are asked to hang around for a bit for a networking session, chances are you'll likely be asked to pay for yourself if ever there is a buy at the back. So I sort of understand why we still have a room filled up. But nonetheless, well done to BTO and the government of Botswana for putting together this wonderful summit. Mine this morning is, thank you, mine this morning is quite a small presentation, very, very brief. I've just been asked to come and share with you around the project facilitation process that we engage in here as government of Botswana, how we facilitate investment projects into the country. As I've said, I work for the Botswana Investment and Trade Centre. We're an investment promotion agency. Our role primarily is to attract investors into the country. So we go out using our investment promotion strategy, which has got a very strong route to market, going to the markets to talk to investors about investing and doing business in Botswana. We do have a very interesting component of our mandate, which is export development and promotion. So the business that are already here in Botswana, once you're invested in Botswana, we work with you to take your products then outside the country for export-related purposes. As well, for those that are doing business locally here, we've got a component called Buy Botswana campaign. It's an initiative that we have introduced several years ago, where we're encouraging corporates, large corporates that are here to work closely with small, medium enterprises to make sure that they support them by buying what is produced and supplied locally, as it were. But even more importantly, through our brand management function as BITC, We have got the mandate of promoting the country, not just for investments, but even more importantly for tourism-related purposes, just building, ensuring that the equity of this brand Botswana, is well known to the world, is strong in the minds of not just investors, tourists, and visitors, and other visitors, as it were. Emmanuel has just said that he never knew about Botswana until recently when he visited here for the first time, about the diamond, about the beef industry that we are so strong in. It just suggests that perhaps we need to do a little bit more as government or government-related agencies, BITC, BTO, and others that have got complementary mandates. The one aspect that I want to talk to you about is the aspect of Botswana One-Stop Service Center. This is where I normally say, this is where the rubber hits the road at BITC. We have a one-stop service center at our head office here in Gaborone, where all investors who have decided to come and set up business here in Botswana come to for facilitation. You may wish to register your business and you've got no idea how to go about it. What we have done as government, we have since transformed the way that government does business, transforming government services by making sure that we are automating them, we are digitalizing them. As a matter of fact, today, if you want to register your business, you can incorporate it from the comfort of your couch, sitting in the USA, sitting in South Africa, and anywhere in the world without necessarily being here. You even do payments that are required for registration online. You don't have to necessarily to be here physically. Of course, there are other requirements that one needs to follow. For example, if you incorporate, you have to ensure that you have got a resident, not just a citizen director, but a resident director, as an example, to make sure that you complete your incorporation. So investors who are here or who may not necessarily be here virtually, they want to set up and register here, they come to our one-stop service center to seek such kind of service. You may wish to register for with government for other trade and business-related regulated requirements. For example, if you're in the manufacturing space, a licensed activity, we will help you with that. Tourism is a licensed activity in terms of if you want to offer a service of a lodge, of a hotel, and stuff like that. You come through us. We work closely with BTO. We will handhold you and make sure that we knock at the right doors and point to the right people to make sure that you get help, and not just help, but the quality of help that we deserve as an investor at the right speed. If you are looking for land, ordinarily commercial land, you want to build a hotel, a lodge in Botswana. What then happens with the land authorities, generally speaking, is that these land parcels are advertised as and when they become available. It may happen every year, every 2 years, every 3 years, depending on the area where you are seeking land. However, as an investor, government understands the agency at which you want to be given land. Through our Botswana One-Stop Service Center, working with other partners, such as the BTO, if you are looking for a commercial land to build a lodge, for example, a hotel, you come to BITC. Instead of waiting for 2 to 3 years, 4 years for the local municipalities to advertise the land parcels as and when they become available, we will ensure that government allocates you land directly with speed. So essentially, I often say that we essentially just jump the queue for you. You don't have to queue like others that are just visiting for the purpose of touring the country. As a matter of fact, as BITC, we own a number of factory sites. BDC also, the CEO just spoke here, they also own a number of factory sites. So if you are looking for, okay, I know you are in the tourism space, but just for your own information, just to demonstrate and buttress the point further that government is serious about facilitating investments in Botswana, we own a number of factory sites wherein you are looking for soft land as an investor, we are able to allocate you factory space directly. BITC, BDC, that's what we're able to do. You'll connect you with the right banks to make sure that you are able to be assisted, opening of bank accounts, utility connections. We've got liaison officers in these different government agencies where the procedure or the protocols are such that when we are bringing investors to them, they assist them with speed, with the quality of service that they deserve. Importantly, we've just been having a discussion here, the panel that came out of here, the BDC CEO, mentioning the fact that one of the things that they consider from a project point of view is really around issues around environment, where you have to comply with certain environmental requirements. Again, as BITC, we have got liaison officers within the Ministry of Environment. We will make sure that we handhold you. We take you to these offices. We make sure that you get the right help at the right speed, at the right quality. It may as well be that when you set up here in Botswana, you are looking for certain skills that are not really readily available in Botswana. Or as a business owner, your wish is to come and run the business by yourself, to operate the business physically, living here with your family in Botswana. You are looking for immigration-related authorization, requirements around visas, work permits, residence permits. You come to BITC. I can assure you, this we do with speed. This we do with quality. I mean, usually we say it takes 14 days to issue a work and residence permit for a skill that is not readily available here. Of course, you still have to follow the necessary requirements, labor-related requirements. You still have to advertise the role. You have to demonstrate that you could not find the skills here. Once you have satisfied that, you through BITC, you apply. We take your application. We have a board at the Labor Department or the ministry that sits every week solely to look at our applications as BITC. So therefore, we are able to turn around this thing within 7 days. But our protocol says 14 days. But in terms of the speed of delivery of service, normally 7 days is how we're able to turn this thing around. And I think it's a commitment by our government that we are serious about facilitating investors into our country. Other requirements around taxes, where you want to register for taxes, or you've got issues. Okay, we hope that you don't have. You've got issues with the tax authorities. We are the go-to people. You come through us, we will handhold you and make sure that you get that necessary help from government, different government agencies. Aftercare services, you may wish to expand the land parcel that we had previously given to you. It's a lodge that you're operating, it's a hotel that you're operating. You want to increase space, you come to us. You want to get permit renewals, you come to us. These I can assure you, if there is one thing that you are paid for, I'm not too sure whether we are paid well for it. One that we are paid for and we deliver on it is really around land allocation, direct land allocation, immigration-related issues, business registration. These services that we have listed here through our one-stop service are our bread and butter. We do them with our eyes closed. Now, as BITC, we operate a number of regional offices here. We have got a head office here in Gaborone. But importantly, those that are in Europe, closer to you, we've got an office in London. It's able to mirror exactly what the head office is able to do. Those that are coming in into the continent through South Africa, we've got an office in Johannesburg. You can actually engage us through our South Africa office. Even more important, in the Asia area, we've got an office in India. You can actually speak to us through that office in India. Other than that, I think, let me end it here, but I must reiterate the fact and the point that government is serious about facilitating investors, about doing business, and we stand ready as BITC, as BTO, as BDC for funding purposes, CEDA for funding purposes. We stand ready to facilitate you as investors. We have rolled out the red carpet, and Botswana is for you to take up in terms of investment opportunities. Wherever you need our services, we remain readily available to assist you. Just the last advice maybe to investors that the CEO of BDC, I keep referring to his presentation here, we are addicted to the rule of law, as our president normally says, that key considerations for doing business in Botswana, you just have to make sure that you observe the necessary legal requirements. Ensure compliance, whether in the tourism space, ensure compliance issues around governance, issues around environment, social aspects, ensuring that the community is well incorporated within your business plan. You know, you are very clear in terms of how you're going to impact the lives and the livelihood of the people where you're operating from. That's what this government is interested in, and that is what is normally, that's what normally will help your business to succeed. From a point of view of getting access to land, from a point of view of getting funding, government is particularly interested at some of these things. ESG, as we normally say, it's actually quite key. So that's just my brief advice and message to the would-be investors that want to come into Botswana. Other than that, you are welcome to Botswana, and we hope to see you at our offices from here onwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. I think you should use "We will jump the queue for you" as your new tagline. I like it.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Well, if you were here yesterday afternoon, you'll know that this next session is a slight departure from our usual programming. We're stealing a concept from a popular show in the UK called Dragon's Den. We'll be showcasing the entrepreneurs and their projects that are looking for that crucial funding, investment, and partnerships to get off the ground. We'll be allowing these entrepreneurs to present their projects, a brief elevator pitch, if you like, before our panel of experts, and of course you, our esteemed audience. In turn, our panel of experts, who I'll introduce very soon, will be asking some searching and probing questions to test the business models of these projects presented before us. It's sure to be a lively and interactive discussion. So let me introduce our panel of experts. First, we have Professor Ian Golding from the Oxford University. He's the Professor of Globalization and Development and the founding director of the Oxford Martin School and the former Vice President of the World Bank. Ian has a long history in Africa and has served as an advisor to Nelson Mandela. Please welcome Ian Golding to the stage. Thank you. We also have Gerald Lawless, the WTTC ambassador and former president, and also CEO of Jumeirah Group. Please welcome Gerald. And I don't want to interrupt your wolf whistle there. And finally, we've got Gobusamang Dempsey Kabine, the CEO of Corporate Nexus. Not only is Mr. Kabine experienced in international trade and development, he's also an aviation expert with over 30 years' experience in the industry. Now, on to our presentations. We have 9 projects in this session, and the brains behind the projects will have a brief 3-minute pitch. Now, this is crucial. I will be timing you, so please be succinct. And afterwards, they'll answer a few probing questions from our panel of experts. We now welcome to the stage our first entrepreneurial hopeful, and this is a hotel facility which will be presented by Buthelezwe Melilo, Group CFO of Choves Limited. Please come to the stage. Are we here? No. Okay. Opportunity lost. Never mind. They might turn up a bit later. Moving forward, our next one is Holiday Resort. In goodness, I haven't had a chance to practice this. I'm sure I will butcher this, but a holiday resort in Salibe, Pehikwe, and it will be presented by Tebe Sefako, the Managing Director of Safi Holdings Limited. No show as well, okay. Next, we have, I feel like an auctioneer here. Oh, I'm so sorry, was I too fast? I'm so sorry. Mr. Melilo, Group CFO for Choves Limited, and he will be presenting about a hotel facility. Okay, so if you are presenting, please be ready and be ready at the front here so that I don't rush through and you get missed out. So please, Mr. Melilo, please come through with your presentation. Now, I will start my stopwatch when you start.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm the first one here. I don't know whether it's luck or bad luck, but I'll give it a go. Thank you. My name is Buthelezwe Melilo. I'm the Group CFO for Choves. Choves, it's a company based in Chobe, and I'm here to present to you an investment opportunity. So this investment opportunity is called the Village at Chobe. Yeah. This is a JV, a multi-purpose hotel development, which will have 70 rooms, 30 tents, 7 safari sites, and we're looking at a total investment of $6 million. So in this JV, there's currently a structure We have Cullinan Holdings and Shearwater, Botswana, both are owning 24%, and we've got a third partner there who is a citizen partner. So Shearwater Botswana will be the management partner in this JV with a management contract. They are going to develop and operate the hotel. So between Cullinan and Shearwater, they already operate a successful safari business in Chobe called Chobezi Safaris. So Chobezi Safaris does boat cruises on the Chobe River. They also offer Chobe game drives inside the national park, and it's a successful business there. So who are these partners? We have Cullinan Holdings, which is one of the biggest, largest tour operators based in Joburg. They own premier brands, which includes Thompson's, Springbok Atlas, Hilton Rose, Penn Travel, and Cullinan will provide a huge quality massive base for this new project. And the other partner, which is Shearwater, they are one of the biggest regional tourism players based in Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. They run successful operations in Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, and Mauritius. So the brands that they run include Chobezi, Zambezi Helicopter Company, Explorers Village, and Shore Adventures. So they'll also bring a pool of clients in this new development. So currently, Shearwater runs a very successful hotel operation in Victoria Falls, and it's just 70 kilometers from Chobe. So the Explorers Village has got 96 rooms, it's got 38 tents and 5 safari tents, and it's a massive, successful business. And in August, it had occupancy rates of 78% on average, which is the highest in town. So there are plans there to also expand capacity there to 150 rooms by 2025. Shearwater as well has got partners. They've got the market, they're experienced developers, they're operators, and they run a successful model. So what are we looking for here in this $6 million investment? The current shareholders will bring in $2 million, and we're looking for external funding for $4 million, which will be debt finance. We're also opening to other schemes of finances. A joint debt equity combination will be considered. So ladies and gentlemen, in summary, we're saying Showbase has got the land, the architects have been appointed, they're already looking at drawings and developing a plan, and now we've got a partner who's a JV who can develop, operate, and fill the hotel. So already they've run a successful project in Victoria Falls, and they just need the funding for $4 million. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay there, don't go away. Thank you very much for your presentation. Slightly over, but don't worry. Thank you. Our panel of experts, do we have any feedback or probing questions?
Well, just one of the first questions I would ask, you can just show me what the average room rates, you said the occupancy?
It's 78%.
78%, yes. Very healthy indeed.
Yeah.
And is it seasonal, or does it work throughout the 12 months of the year?
It works throughout 12 months of the year.
So it's a pretty even spread of occupancy.
Spread, yeah.
What's the average rate?
The average rate is about $110.
About?
Yeah.
Not exactly?
Yeah, $110.
$110,
yeah.
Right. And how does that compare in is it like 3, 4, 5-star market?
No, it's in the 3-star bracket.
Yeah.
It's in the niche grade there. We didn't go for higher or lower, we're just in the middle there.
Right. And last question for me. You say you want to raise the debt of $4 million.
Yes.
You want to raise it in debt, or you want to raise it in equity? If you were offered equity rather than debt, would you take it?
Yeah, we were open to both schemes. We're looking for debt for over 15 years, but we're open to a combination of debt and equity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Mr. Kabine also. Thank you, Gerald Lawless. Some insights from Jamira and Mr. Kabine.
I note that Showvest is a combination of a joint venture between 2 foreign entities, which is Cullinan and Shearwater, and those two are holding 48% of the shares. One of them is bringing $2 million, and then the local citizen is holding 52% of the shares. Other than Okay, both Cullinan and Shearwater have been shown to be active already, both locally and regionally, in the space of what business you want to set up in Kasane. The citizen shareholder, what are they bringing on? Is it skill? Is it land? I just want to appreciate what the citizen shareholder is bringing. And the reason why I'm asking this is that depending on the structure of the shareholding, one does not want to hear tomorrow court cases now come in to say you are squeezing the citizen shareholder out. So how ring-fenced is the citizen shareholder, and as I say, what are they bringing to the table?
Thank you very much for your question. The citizen shareholder is bringing the skills. They will be full-time employed in this business. The other two partners, they are foreign partners. So the local partner will basically run the business on behalf of the partnership.
Okay, great. Professor Golding?
Yeah, I can appreciate the need for this. I think Shearwater and Cullinan are very credible. I know both of them. I know Chobe, which is a Garden of Eden on Earth. What's not clear to me is exactly where this lodge is going to be. Is it going to be in Chobe or in Kasane? Kasane is not a Garden of Eden, by the way. It's a tough town. So I think that makes a big difference. But otherwise, I can appreciate the need for this, and it sounds like a good project to me.
Thank you. The project will be in Chobe, along the main road. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Next up, we've got a holiday resort in Sibile.
No,
thank you.
Are we really going to do all nine?
Thank you. The clicker. Next up, we have a holiday resort in Sibile, Pahikwe, and it's presented by Tebe Sefako, Managing Director of SV Holdings. Here we go. Here's your, I don't know if you'll need this if you're here, and here's your clicker, and 3 minutes, and I'll start the timer when you start. Okay, good luck.
Good morning. Like it has been said, my name is Tebe Sefako of SV Holdings, Pty Ltd. My main interest in doing a holiday resort at Pikwe came about the government initiative. Pikwe was a mining town before, and the mine closed. And when the mine closed, it meant people who were working in Pikwe, depending on the mine, they are now jobless. And then government wanted to diversify the economy of Pikwe, and hence, in contributing to the diversification, I am interested in doing a holiday resort. Then the holiday resort, thinking of a 3-star 63-room hotel that would have the water park, fully fledged water park, as a source of attraction, and also a theme park. Water park on its own as attraction, also it would diversify the tourism sector. We depend, when we talk tourism, we are all thinking wildlife. We are thinking Chobe. We are thinking Okavango. And if we are to turn around and probably introduce a type of tourism in leisure, then we'll be thinking the water park. And the water park, it would attract people from all the sphere of life. Those that would want to do business as they relax at Pikwe for their business meetings, those that are thinking vocations, and also the international transfers. There are a lot of people that are coming from South Africa, from Joburg to Kasane. And a lot of them would be on the road through Gaborone, and this is a longer route to take. And if you give them an alternative route from Joburg through Pique, they would rest for a day or two at Pique, to Kasane, to Okavango, and even on their coming back from there, they would spend a bit of time, and not for them to miss the waters. Then the water park is there for them. That would be the target market for the resort. And one of the things I've said, a lot of people have lost jobs in Pique. And again, just to give Pique life, their employment, as we are hoping to employ more than 60 people, would tap in from the Pique community. They would be given priority in terms of employment. And also, all this legislative on the environment, as we do the project, the construction, and also even in the operation, the issue of probably saving the environment would also be looked at. We are looking at a turnover of 20 million pula a year in the first year at occupancy rate of 50%. Most of the hotels in Gaborone, the bigger one of at least 50 rooms, the occupancy rate is at 50%. That's what we've used. And we are looking to generate a net profit of 8.3 million pula. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Do we have any questions from our panel of experts? Who would like to go first? Mr. Kabini?
Thank you. What are you looking for in terms of investment? That's my first question. The second question is investment.
What are you looking for?
What are you looking for?
How much?
That's the first question. The second question is, I'm not sure if you are very elaborate on your potential market. We agree, you and I, that Pique, after the mine closed down, is on a downtrod. Yes, we know government is doing all it can to invest in Pique, with the citrus plant as an example. But what other investment opportunities do you see being carried out by government to boost the population of Pique? And yes, I agree with you, maybe your target is not your Pique resident, but those that are coming from elsewhere. Your Chobe, your Okavango are well placed in terms of they've been marketed over years in terms of tourist attraction. You probably are going to be one of the first to start that marketing exercise of attracting tourists to Pique. What do you have in mind for that?
I'm looking for funding of about 140 million for the construction of the resort. I'm ready to enter into any kind of partnership with whoever would be interested. The Pique community, the facility as is, they would still be using it probably when they've got workshops, when they want to do parties. The water park would be having the wave pool that we normally refer to as the artificial beach. That if anyone would want to have a wedding of some sort, they can use the beach. Instead of us traveling to South Africa, where the artificial beach is around, so they may use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Golding.
Yeah. I understand the urgent need for creating jobs in Pique, and I commend you for your social commitment. But mixing business ideals with social ideals is always a tricky thing. And the question really is, what's the business case? How do you know that you're going to get 50% occupancy? It's about 4 hours from Gaborone, I think. It's off the main road between Gaborone and Francistown. It's not really on the route that tourists will take. And it's a depressed community that doesn't have much income. So I remain unconvinced by the business case that you're going to get the occupancy that you want if you're able to raise the money, which is a lot of money. It's about, if I understand, about $10 million to build this facility. So I'm not convinced by the business case.
Okay, Gerald Lawless, would you like to comment?
A life as is, there are a lot of dynamics. When you look at the business dynamics, yes, Piquet, for now, it may look out of reach. Piquet, for now, is a bit isolated, but it's upon us as people to sell the town. Putting the water park there, at the end of the day, the interest is to revive it, give it a theme. When we think holidaying, we should be thinking Piquet as an alternative, as compared to Kasane and Okavango. The rest of the population of Botswana, it's this side. And Okavango, Chobe, they are a bit far as compared to Piquet. And again, we are saying the population again of Botswana, about a quarter, resides in that part, the central part. So when you put the water park, you start advertising. And we are changing as Botswana, and we still have thirst for these modern attractions, modern tourism. And there are a lot of Botswana going to Sun City for the wave pool at Sun City. There are some of Botswana going to Johannesburg for Emerald, where there is the water park. And it's as you advertise, as you sell your product, they change. We change, and we change fast, especially because of technology these days, where we take advantage of technology to advertise our products. Thank you.
You got your fan club. You got your fan club here anyway. That's good. Just a couple of questions, because you gave a lot of detail there as well. I see that you're going to have quite a lot of ancillary facilities, such as food and beverage, such as the water park, such as just the overall approach that if you're going to try to get people to come for weddings and everything. That I worry about that plus the hotel. How do you see that you can retrain staff? How do you see that you can actually facilitate the staffing levels that you might require within the hotel and then the overall facility, the overall investment? Do you not understand me?
How are you going to staff it? Oh, yes.
Sorry?
How are you going to staff your facility? Yeah, where are you going to get your staff from?
Would it be better if I use the handheld mic?
The staffing. Currently, we've got a lot of graduates in the hospitality and tourism industry. We've got Botswana Accountancy College that are training our young people. We also have schools at Maung, those that train young people in the hospitality and tourism. So we are going to tap from there. Again, also, we would have a training program where we see a need. We would still take people outside if possible. Again, we may be saying we want our employment to be mainly locals. But at the same time, when you start operating, you may still have the international employees so that you also tap in their expertise. And as you do that, we should also have a localization program so that we learn from them. At the same time, we train our own people. We have a problem with unemployment graduates in our country, especially in the area of tourism. So,
you being able to get the numbers, I don't understand why you don't hear me, because I can hear sorry, what I'm trying to say is that I can understand that you have the people available, but what I'm still concerned about is how you would actually set up a whole retraining. There's no point in bringing in everybody from outside if you don't provide employment from the people within Tikwe itself, which is the whole point of your investment. So would you consider an educational facility like a vocational school as part of the necessary infrastructure in order to be able to retrain your staff that would work in the hotel? That's something I think you should consider. You don't really have to answer it, but I think it needs to be considered. And the other question I had is that, where is the money coming from? What is your, as Professor Golding said, what is the business plan in terms of how you're going to raise your $10.5 million equivalent to be able to do the event? What's your plan to get the money? Are you going to borrow the money? Have you got the money? How is it going to be?
I was saying, I'm here looking for an investor.
Yes. 100%? 50%? 20%?
100%.
Okay, thank you.
And
that's the question.
For that also, it could come in any form of agreement that the two parties would get into.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just my last point. Look, I hear what you are saying, and you mentioned Sun City. Sun City, Sol Kesna, that's basically who we are talking about. And yes, Sun City was just a little desert like Pique when it started. But one of the major attractions that happened to get people to Sun City, for example, was gambling. Is that something that you are willing to consider in your facility, which basically now talks adding other attractions to the place other than just a theme park and what you have in mind now?
As the business starts operating and as it grows, there would be need again to look at other sources of attraction. When you take Sun City, they don't have a fully fledged water park, but rather they've got the wave pool. So the water park that I'm talking about, it would be, when we say fully, there would be the wave pool as a source of attraction. There would be some water slides. There would be the spa. So all these things, they would be serving as a source of attraction. There would also be the sauna room. It's not that common. So then the sauna room, it has all its benefits. So we may talk about the benefits on the other day. Okay. Subject 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sefako. Thank you. Great. Well, our next presentation is Tree Hotel on the banks of the Haberome Dam by Sylvester Shomane, the founder and director of Salemo Rustic Hotels. Thank you. The clicker's there. Oh, I'm going to set the timer. 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam MC. Thank you, panelists. What I'll be taking you through is what we call the pinnacle of African luxury. So this is essentially a hotel on the banks of Gaborone Dam. Our business model is a fully serviced hotel, which will have accommodation of 70 rooms. It will have dining amenities, health and wellness amenities. It will have a conference center. It will have an art gallery, which will be one of the differentiating factors in the hotel. It will also boast of an infinity pool and other pools as well. In terms of what we see in the market, the tourism has really grown over the years. The sector has grown over the years in terms of our GDP numbers. We've also seen arrivals experiencing a growth trajectory over the years, particularly during the pre-COVID era. And that's really what is driving our market in terms of investing in this sector. What we have achieved so far as a business at a development phase, we've signed the lease agreement with BTO. We've paid our lease deposits in full. We have an SLA agreement with an award-winning architect in South Africa, and we've done conceptual drawings, which you have seen in our first page. In terms of getting ready for operations, we've obviously looking to augment our board to improve our governance structures within the business. We have an SLA agreement with an experienced and licensed marketing firm that is focused on marketing tourism outfits in Botswana and the region. And we have also a pool of CVs available for key staff once we start operations. Why should we look at this investment? These are the key investment attractions that we want to highlight to ourselves. We have a unique and attractive location. In terms of location, we can comfortably say that we are above par in terms of the scenery that will be presented by the hotel. So you could say that we are the prettiest girl in the city at this moment. We are looking to develop a new and fresh brand. We have a unique and an attractive design in terms of the design of the hotel itself. The requirement in terms of roofing is to build, to roof using thatch. So that will be a key variant in the sense that you don't get a lot of that in the city. We believe that there's also significant growth opportunities in terms of building a brand or rather a chain of hotels across the country. The ask is $12 million US. This could be either a senior debt secured on the hotel property and its movables, or a combination of, rather a structure that has a combination of debt and equity, what we call mezzanine debt, with equity returns embedded on the instrument. So in terms of the use and application of funds, 83% of our funding will go towards land and buildings, 11% towards furniture and fittings, and the rest towards working capital, computer equipment, and motor vehicles. So with that, our esteemed panelists, we have our project.
Thank you very much. So any questions, some brief questions from our panel of experts? Yes, Mr. Kavini.
Yes, thank you. The mature big corporate guys who were here earlier, and I'm sure you had them, Guido was here talking about where he started, where he is. The Piedmont lady also. One of the things that came out of their presentation was collaboration. Collaboration and also probably finding a management partner. If you look at the likes of Cresta, a very strong management partner. Are those some of the things that you are willing to consider? Because I see that you've got a very ambitious structure. From what I gather, this could be a 3, 4, 5-star hotel that you are looking at.
Do we have? Or even 6.
6? Wow.
Wow.
That's I like your ambition. But do we have the skill to run that kind of a hotel in Botswana now?
I have a lot of, I can guarantee you that I have a lot of passion. I have a lot of ambition about what I want to achieve. I also believe that skills can be procured either through employees or through partnerships. Like as we've indicated, we've got an SLA with a company that has expertise in tourism marketing. So that's one of the avenues that we want to collaborate, to bring in people that can assist us to build a brand and to be a Botswana brand, a true Botswana brand. And I've considered, I've thought about, the whole idea of giving it to an established brand, but that takes away the opportunity to build a truly in Botswana brand or indigenous brand, so to speak.
Thank you.
Great. Any other brief question from the panel of experts, or should
Yeah,
we...
I have.
Oh yes,
I have a question.
Gerald Lawless.
So you say that it's going to be at the luxury level, right? I must use something else here because nobody can hear me except myself. Can you hear me? No, but I think maybe this is not on.
There we go.
All right. Thank you very much. No, sorry about that, but you can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh dear. I just wanted to ask, can you tell me just a little bit about your existing, the Salimo Rustic Hotel?
Yes, that's the company's name.
That's the company's name,
yes.
Okay. So this is your first hotel?
Yes, this will be
okay. No, I just wanted, because I don't know the country, so I just wanted to understand that. But I do want to understand how a relatively small hotel, how many did you say, 70 bedrooms?
Yes, 70 rooms.
Yeah. And you're going to have a conference center. Do you know what size your conference center is? How many people can it take?
We are looking at a capacity of 1,000 people, thereabout.
Right. And if you were successful and you got, say, 1,000 people to come to your conference, where would they stay?
Well, the target is to, like what we have here at Grand Palm, a lot of people that have come here are not necessarily lodging at the hotel, because there's a drive to build the country as a mass destination. So there will be activities that will happen at the hotel, but not necessarily people lodging at the hotel, those who are attending those activities.
Right. And the question I would always ask is, especially in the luxury segment, what on your business plan is your average room rate?
We are looking at around $200 per person per night.
200?
Yes.
Dollars?
$200. But, the equivalent of $200. We'll charge in pulas, so that's about 2,500 pula.
And how much are you looking to raise in terms of the debt equity? How much are you looking to raise? I mean, are you putting money in yourself? Or are you looking for total debt?
We are looking at raising either senior debt or mezzanine debt.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do like your passion and ambition, because you also have another project. So we also have luxury self-catering chalets and spas. Ruendo Adventure Safaris Limited. Yes, okay, let's hear all about it. I'll start the timer. Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam MC. This one is also on the banks of Gaborone Dam. It's a boutique self-catering lodge tucked into, the environment that is Gaborone Dam. The business model is 15 luxury self-catering chalets. We will also have a state-of-the-art wellness and beauty spa. In terms of the activities that we'll undertake at the site, we have canoeing within the dam, electric boating within the dam, biking within the concession itself, mountain biking, guided walks within the concession, and game drives as well. I've spoken earlier about the opportunity in terms of, what is available for players to come into the tourism sector. It's a growth sector, as indicated by the numbers themselves. Traction, the same as the previous project. In terms of our key investment attractions, we also have an attractive location, which is unique in Gaborone from this project as well. We have an exclusive wilderness, or rather an opportunity to provide exclusive wilderness activities, as I indicated there in our business model. We have a unique and attractive architectural design in terms of the lodge itself. Boating in the city will be also a key variant for us, which will present a competitive advantage. And we also have an opportunity to grow as a brand in this sector. The ask in this one is $3 million. The same instruments would apply. 72% of our funding will go towards land and buildings, 14% towards furniture and fittings, and the balance through to computer equipment, motor vehicles, and working capital. With that, thank you.
Yep. What's your projected occupancy rate? Because just looking, 15 chalets, $3 million. What are your assumptions about the payback period for this?
On a conservative model, we're looking at a payback period of 3 years. So we had our occupancy rates modeled at 60%, but we've been advised that there is a lot of interest in this segment, particularly for business travelers who are looking for an outdoor and nature type of arrangement. We have been advised that there is a place somewhere within Gaborone locality which boasts of 90% occupancy rates. So we are very optimistic that we can hit our targets.
I assume these two projects of yours are at two different sites.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in terms of your projections, which one of these two, because you can't start them simultaneously, which one of these two take precedence over the other?
I want to believe that I can start them simultaneously.
No. You are too ambitious.
Yes. I like the fact that you advised Nelson Mandela, and he said once that it always seems impossible until it's done.
And have you looked at, in terms of the design and the sustainability and everything that goes with that, and how you feel about the, how you feel about the eco-lodges? Have you looked at using an outside brand, or are you looking to just brand it yourself?
We are really keen to develop our own indigenous brand.
Very good.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to hear it. I think that it's a good thing to do, and why not? But I was just wondering, from the expertise point of view and everything, how you feel you've done well on getting your debt in place and ready to go. So, like the previous questions, how do you manage to make sure that you've got the right expertise to be to operate?
We speak to experts in the sector, and we are ready to be advised. One of the things that we've been advised of is to build standard operating procedures, for example, in terms of that will tie into building the brand in terms of our service offering. And these are things that we are able to procure from independent contractors, and we are willing to pay the price in order to get the right service, which is why at this stage we've gone for an award-winning architect as part of that vision to build something that is out of this world.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Shrimane. I love your passion and ambition. Don't lose it. Thank you. So our next project is an eco-friendly campsite at Moremi Village, and it's being presented by Shakile Abeleng Halope. He's the Managing Director of Mazizi Bush Camp and Stables. Please welcome to the stage. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Dumelang. Assalamu alaikum. Jambo. I'm pleased to present this wonderful project called Msizi, Bush Camp and Stables. Okay. The name itself, Msizi, it's a Nguni name.
If you use this one and hold it up high.
The name itself, Msizi, is a Nguni name which translates directly into the helper. Our aim through this project is to help tourism, to help penetration, and also provide, most importantly, a solution in the Tswapong region where this project is located. The biggest challenge to growing tourism there is reliable, good accommodation. This project is a 3-star packed project offering an array of healthy, lifestyle-driven activities and also providing quality accommodation solutions in the region. Our aim is to help, and in helping, we want to also integrate our community and be very cognizant of the environment that we're operating in. Our campsite is operated in an agritourism manner, a very sustainable manner, deliberately so. On the other half of the 4-hectare plot, we have animal husbandry happening there. Animal husbandry, which is agriculture. So whatever protein that we're raising on the agricultural side, it is guaranteed uptake on the campsite side. We're also ensuring that whatever waste that comes out of the 2 processes, it is recycled, reused, repurposed in order to reduce or make sure that we have a 0 impact footprint on the environment. This is a, by all means, eco-friendly project that aims to reduce waste, to reduce anything that can be harmful on the environment. We also have a zero motor policy, which means that where other operators may prefer things such as quad bikes, we are more inclined to mountain biking as a healthy lifestyle choice. We prefer our customers to go trekking, to go running, as opposed to sitting and being indoor. This campsite boasts 37 rooms, chalet style, 37 rooms in a chalet style, fully tented. We have a restaurant, a lounge, bar, and a boma, swimming pool, and a conference room. The conference room has a capacity of 50. This is because our target customers are individuals, groups, and also corporates. So the room really is meant for corporate retreats, team buildings, and so on. We're not by any means competing with a monstrosity like GICC. Just as I look, we are minimalistic in our approach, but aiming to enhance. Out of the 37 units, 10 of them are self-catering family units, and to support that, we also, family units, yes, next to the family units, we also have a petting zoo to ensure that we're able to attract our target market, which is families. Thank you.
That's great. Okay, I see Mr. Kabine reaching for his microphone very, very swiftly there. Yes.
Thank you very much. I know you've been saying it, maybe I didn't pick it up very clearly. What is unique about your product? If you look at, for example, what is offered in the Moremi.
How much did you say was the investment?
What is it that sets you apart? Except when I say, well, there's no accommodation, I'll go there. It has to be, I want to go there because I'm being attracted to go there. We have to, there's a Moremi something going on at this current time. What is it that you are saying to these people that you want to invest in your product that is going to be different from the existing in the Moremi area?
Oh, you didn't, oh, your clicker was there with the for the presentation. Oh, could we have the presentation up, please? Apologies, we should have rectified this sooner.
There's a monitor there, you can look, it shows you what's on.
Do we have the presentation, please? Oh, right.
All right. To answer your question, our campsite is unique because, like I said, we are all about sustainable tourism. It's a very eco-friendly campsite, and there is a growing movement around ecotourism that we want to tap into. And location-wise, we're also located en route to the gorge, outside the concession area, outside the protected area, but we are within proximity because we are in the village and it is an owned land, it's owned by the company. There is no limitation in terms of the number of years of operation. You are guaranteed a return on investment and you are guaranteed longevity in the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One swift question, yes?
Yeah, just to clarify, this is the Moremi, which is on the road to Francistown, right? This isn't the Moremi Game Reserve, which is on the way to Chobe.
True, yes, sir.
Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about the financials of this? How much you're looking for and how much you've got, what the occupancy is. Tell us a little bit about your business plan.
Thank you. This project requires approximately 1.7 million US dollars, and the occupancy rate 60% normally, and this is taken throughout the year. This is not at peak. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Gerald Lawless.
Thank you. Do you know what the ADR is?
Sorry?
The average daily rate. Do you know what it is?
Yes.
What's the feasibility? What's in your feasibility? What average daily rate are you looking at?
Our average daily rates are $80 US for your standard sharing rooms, which are your either twin single beds or double sharing rooms. And then we have $110 US on the family apartments, which are self-catering double apartments.
And to the question of the professor as well, what kind of return? How many years are you looking payback?
Our amortization plan was on 20 years. 20 years repayment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. That's great. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Moving on. Is this yours? Okay. Thank you. Moving on, we've got a culturally inspired heritage lodge by Mabua Lesego Mabua, director, founder of Mabwise Consultancy. Okay. Oh, we got Just technical issues here. Thank you. A culturally inspired heritage lodge. Thank you very much. Oh, try this. Oh, yep, there we go. You're in action. And there's the clicker there.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Dumelamba Bagaetso. Setaka Safari Lodge. Setaka is a small village around in the outskirts of Maung. And basically, as many presenters have made their presentations, Maung is the center, the anchor for tourism for Botswana. If you talk about the access, this is meant to service the Okavango Delta, Tsodilo. Okavango Delta, remember, there are the only two heritage sites in Botswana, Moremi Game Reserve and Our Drive, Chobe National Park, Marikadi National Park. And if you were to draw a line using a compass, drawing a circle centered around Maung, you realize that everything, all these tourist areas are within 200 kilometers from Maung. And I'm from Maung myself. And I've lived there for years. I know how the market is there. In brief, we are looking at between 100 to 150 rooms. We have experience, I have, myself and my wife have experience of operating a small facility, 8 rooms. And basically, when you talk about 100 to 150, we are not interested in running this. Basically, creating wealth for the family. And looking at a 4-star, this is informed by the fact that you go to Maung at the moment. I don't know whether we have anything near a 4-star in terms of the services. And taking advantage of the water, and myself coming from there, I feel the current facilities that are there haven't taken advantage of the water. And giving the services to eco-friendly. We have the communities. I grew up there. I'm from there. So basically, partnership and beneficiation for the communities that are around that area, and looking at a green, because it's a totally new project. No legacies. It starts with myself and my wife, and we negotiated from there. And that's how simple it is. It can be an advantage or a disadvantage. We own the piece of land. I did talk about this, driving from there to Moremi, around an hour, 2 hours to Chobe National Park. You can do a boat drive from there. You'll see the waters. We are at the deeper side of the Tamalakane River, into the Kalahari. I look at this map. I did talk about where it's located. Sekaka is there. The Makadikadi, the Chobe, the Kui Harbors are serviced by this facility. On the map, you have on the right, this is where the location is. We are near to Tamalakan, wonderful Tamalakan River Lodge. And I think the rates are currently 3,000 pula or something. I think 180, 150 US dollars per night. And this is where we are, wonderful neighbors. I think the Honorable Minister is not here, but this is what you see currently in Maung, in that area, in that zone. Those reds and there's 6 facilities that are existing. And I feel this should be declared a zone because it's the same way it's been done with Kasane. And this is the green where Sekaka is. I did talk about the gap, the market landscape, many players in the location. It's quite scary when I look at this. There are so many presenters who want to build hotels in Mau. And obviously in the partnership, we'll have to interrogate the numbers and even look into the future. But the growth that is being anticipated, I think we have confidence in that. Packaging this with other facilities that I have, I'm also own a piece of land where currently some horse races are occurring. and partnership with this. But just to give you, the business case has been done with returns between 11 to 14%. I think the pictures, this is where the location of the place, and this is the wonderful design, but internally culture and culture and culture. The partnerships model, if you allow me, funding, building, and leasing out to operators, seasoned operators. We can have the BOT, and what is important is partnerships with international companies for marketing and customer handling. I don't know whether I'm done my 3 minutes. Thank you, but I have a wonderful youthful team in me, and we can respond anytime. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Just a couple of quick questions from our panel of experts. That was great. We're just short on time, so brief question. Okay. Gerald Lawless.
Yeah, well done. Just, I know you've obviously got your act together and a lot of stuff that you're putting there. Did you say you're running an 8-bedroom facility yourself at the moment?
Yes, in Gaborone.
With your wife?
Yes, and the experience, I tell you, it's a headache. No. But because we have the land, we have strategic.
Does your wife know you think it's a headache?
But no. Sometimes, of course, when we don't agree. That's remember, okay. I think yes. But
I just say one thing that would just strike me as a hotelier, that you say you're going to lease it out to a hotel operator to run it. You know, a hotel operator, they will not lease. An international one will not anyway. They will do a hotel management agreement. But they won't lease. They will just take a percentage of your revenue and a percentage of your bottom line and give you reservations and put it through that way. But have you already got somebody who's willing to lease it?
No, this is very fresh.
Okay.
I think people are lucky that are seeing this for the first time. And, and this forum is really helping me to market it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, one last quick question.
Yeah,
hi,
Mabua. So you are taking Cresta head on, eh? I like that.
My friend.
But tell me, obviously your Crestas, being the biggest operator in Maum, will probably have their own understanding of how it looks like and how it is performing. And some of the things that are probably going to be blamed is lack of or inadequate connectivity in terms of numbers of tourists that could go there, but because of the handicaps that maybe our national carrier has, they are not getting the numbers. And Cresta will probably say, probably they are not performing because of that. I don't know, I'm just saying. How do you plan to change that with your VVIP outlook? Because that's what I picked up, that you're focusing on, what's this word they were talking about from America yesterday? Will Smith and the rest.
No.
How do you get them there?
Yes. I think what is good is that if you talk about Cresta, I see my friend here. That's why it's scary to sit here and talk about competition with him. We are able to get information from us, since it's a listed organization, and use that to inform the numbers that we do. But I feel with collaboration with international marketing companies and for customer handling, because like I'm saying, if you go to the Okavango Delta, look at that map. We are at the edge of the Okavango Delta. People pay. This facility that I'm showing you is, where is it? Did I press something? Hey. Yeah, this one, in Kwai. People pay $1,000 per day. And it's all an issue of collaboration. This is my cousin's facility. It's been booked for the next 12 months. So that's why I'm talking about partnership with distance, because it's transit going into the Delta, or Chobe National Park, transit coming back, going to Zodilo Hills or Makadikadi Pens. But I did talk about the legacy. Don't take for granted the legacy issues. You look at some of the ones that have been existing. The legacy costs can be, And like I'm saying, I'm positioning this to be enjoying the sun, the sun and actually an extension of this is you see those trees, is an island there. There are a lot of exciting things that we can talk about with a potential investor to extend this, maybe a secret love garden there or something. And that's how aggressive we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all we've got time for. Thank you, but we'll be back with another session after lunch. Thank you very much. Well, another session of this, discovering opportunities in Botswana. We've got lots more sessions in between, don't worry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. And another big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our, do we call them the sharks or are they the dragons? Mr. Ian Golden, Mr. Gerald Lawless, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:17. We are very far behind the program. We're going to have a very short comfort break. There is also some refreshments that have been prepared out on the lawn. They are in takeaway friendly packaging. So please grab a cup of coffee, a box of juice, and your sandwiches and fruits, and come right back into the venue, because at 12:25, we get into the last session, or the last session before lunch. It's a panel discussion on the hotels of the future. So if we could quickly make our way, it's literally 5-7 minutes. Quick announcement while we're doing that quick break. The VIPs, I believe the VIPs know exactly who they are. Tea is happening upstairs at the Santawani suite. Remember to be back by 12:25. We have a virtual panelist who will be joining this panel. In the meantime, the following panelists, please be ready for miking up. Ms. Leanne Singer, Mr. Richard Collins, Remokwena Murulane, and then Mr. Mark Abraham will be joining us virtually from Dubai. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going into the last panel discussion before we break for lunch. This one is looking at the hotels of the future. And it is my pleasure and privilege to introduce our moderator for this panel discussion. He's just been one of the sharks and dragons during the pitch that was happening earlier. Mr. Gerald Lawless, Ambassador at WTTC and former President and CEO of the Jumeirah Group.
Thank you very much. I hope the audience can hear me okay, and that everybody has now come back from their little coffee break. But thank you very much for coming back so promptly, and I really do appreciate it. We have a very interesting topic, I believe, today. This is the topic of the future of our industry, of our great hotel industry. And we have some amazing panelists to take us through where this is going. We also have online Mr. Mark Abraham. Have you got Mark online? He's from a company called
Hi, Gerald. How are
Shackle,
you?
which will be very interesting for him to tell us exactly what that's about. But I would like to start by introducing our panelists who are here. And we start with Leanne Singer. Leanne Singer, according to our program here, is the chairperson of FEDHASA in Southern Africa, and also a hotelier of renown and of ownership, which will be very interesting to hear what she has to say about how she sees the future for independent hotel groups. And going to the opposite end of the spectrum, we have a dear colleague that I've known very well from his time in Dubai, Richard Collins, and a fellow countryman as well from Ireland. And Richard has recently taken over the Marriott Group in Southern Africa and is now based in Cape Town. And then finally we have Mr. Mokoena Murulane, Managing Director of Cresta Maracalino, and I think you've already heard a lot about this group, about Mokoena, who's also going to tell us what it's like running his individual group. So I tell you, Richard Collins, you're in between two very good opponents there in terms of what we're doing for the future and the future of hotels. And also we have Mark. Mark is joining us from Dubai, where he has set up in a new company. And disclosure from my point of view is that I'm on Mark's board of directors as well, who has just recently set up with this keyless operating system that he would tell us about. Because Mark is a bit time-bound, and yes, I know Leanne and Richard are a little bit as well. Mark, would you like to just tell us a bit about yourself, your background, over, say, about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, to take us through where you're at, what you're doing with your company, and then later we will address how you see the future of the industry.
Perfect. Thank you, Gerald. Firstly, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay, Gerald?
That was a yes, yes, yes it is, but there's a bit of a gap, so don't worry about it. So just understand there'll be about a 5-second gap on the sound.
Perfect. Well, similar to yourself and Richard, I went to the Shannon College of Hotel Management, so that was my initiation into the world of hotels. I worked in many hotels around the world operationally, doing everything from housekeeping to the front desk. And what we've started at Shackle is really to digitalize the entire guest journey. This isn't a zero-sum game. It doesn't mean that the human touch disappears from hospitality, but many travelers that I speak to today, they don't see the queuing up at the front desk to hand over a passport and hand over a credit card and sign a piece of paper and get a plastic key card as a real part of their journey that they remember, where the staff offer that human touch. They see it as administration. It's almost like signing up to a mortgage just to get into your hotel room. And what Shackle does is we offer hotels a hotel app that digitalizes everything. So on the app, you can fill in your registration card, fully integrated to the PMS. So we post all of that information back. We take payment, we tokenize the card and post a token back to the PMS. We allow you to open up the room door using your key, getting rid of the plastic key cards. We allowed for upsells, so you could add champagne to your bill, you could add chocolates or flowers to your room for that ancillary revenue. You can order room service on the go, so if you're coming back late from the airport, instead of waiting till you're in the room, picking up a phone after scanning a QR code and ringing down, you can order when you're on the go. You can check out and pay your bill. You can also talk to the front desk through our chat functionality. So just an entire digitalization of the guest journey. I think the big difference between ourselves and maybe other providers out there is we don't white label for the hotel, because we speak to guests, we speak to users, and they don't want 200 hotel apps on their phone. They want to be able to go to London or New York or Dubai and have one app to use in whatever hotel they go to. So if you imagine if you had Uber Eats or Deliveroo, and every time you wanted to order from a different restaurant, you had to download a new app. It just doesn't work. And that's why the adoption on these hotel apps has been so low, in our opinion, and it's what we're trying to solve. So to some extent, we offer fractional ownership in our app to the hotels. The part where we feel we are a true partner is we give all of that data back to the hotel. So if a guest comes through Booking.com or Expedia and they download the Shackle app, we post the real email and phone number back to the PMS. So we're populating real data back. We don't hold any of that ourselves. But in essence, that's what we do. Hopefully that gives you an overview, Gerald.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mark. Just give us 30 seconds on your finance raising journey.
Yeah, so we're a tech startup. To give you an idea, it's something I definitely love to talk about later, is that hotels right now spend around 4.5% of their revenue on tech and marketing, compared to the duopoly that is Booking.com and Expedia spend 65% of their revenue on that. We're a tech startup, so 80% of our revenue goes to software engineers. To date, we've raised $20 million from some incredible investors. We have the founders of Checkout.com, the founder of Lime, the CTO of Uber, the CTO of Pinterest, all as investors. We have the great Gerald Lawless on our board. And we spend all of that money on engineering. We build our product natively on the iOS store and natively on the Android store. It's a big difference compared to a lot of the hotel apps that are built on React Native. The reason being is that those engineers cost a lot more money, but the functionality and usability of the product is much more supreme. guests do not look at a hotel's product and go, you're a hotel, you can have a below par piece of technology and we'll use it because you're a hotel. When they get off that plane, they go down to their Wi-Fi, they go on Instagram, they go on WhatsApp, they go on Gmail. And if a hotel's tech journey isn't as frictionless, as seamless as those products, they won't use them. So that's our fundraising. The reason you need to raise so much money is there's a lot of technology to build. If you think about the industry today, there's companies that provide room service, chat, keyless entry, payment, check-in, upsells, all as individual solutions. And there are companies that just do those features. We build all of that in one app. So it's one app for all. It's an all-in-one solution. That does require a lot more engineers. And that's why we've had to raise so much money to date. But hopefully we're delivering the best product that hotels can buy.
As you can see, having 3 Irish people on the panel, we're going to have a lot to say today, so that should be fun. But I'd like now to ask Leanne Singer, please, if you can tell us about your own background, about what you do and how you do it, and then we get on to the future later on, as I say.
So I wear various different hats. My day job is in tourism. We have a retail travel agency. We own and manage several properties, and then we have restaurants. So we look at the entire ecosystem of tourism and how we can service all along the way. I'm sitting here today wearing my public hat, which is as chairperson of FEDHASA in the Cape, and I sit on the board of Cape Town Tourism, and our Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I head up the tourism portfolio sector there. So it's an interesting dynamic in terms of running your own businesses and then seeing what is needed and what role government plays and what role associations play and what role the public sector plays in terms of bringing everybody together. So it really has been an interesting experience, and for me this topic is perfect, the future of hotels, because that's where I earn my living. And hotels are not going to look the same as what they look today, and certainly not the same way they looked years ago.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to you in a few minutes. And if I could go now to Mokoena, please, if you can tell us as well about yourself and your company.
Thank you. Just maybe want to pay tribute to, before I start off, to BTO, Botswana Tourism Organization. I think of late we've seen a lot of these summits come to Gaborone, come to Botswana. I think it's not coming by mistake. I think there is a concerted effort to try and uplift, the status of the country from a tourism point of view. So your efforts are not going unrecognized, and having this panel of speakers here, I think it's credit to BTO, to Ibrahim and his team. So big up to yourselves.
Very good.
I can see the applause is a bit muted. It's probably because we are sitting between these people and the good lunch that Grand Palm Hotel has provided for us.
Well, it's only going to take long.
So we want to see a bit of excitement here, right? That's my favorite lady over there. So my name is Mokoena Murulane, as you said. So we operate 11 hotels in country, right from the bottom of Botswana, if you like, from a geographic point of view, from Jwaneng in the south to our flagship product, which is in the Chobe, called Moana. It's doing very, very well. We do have 2 properties in Mau. I think my good friend Mabua mentioned our hotels then. We, in the region, through our group, we also operate 5 hotels in Zimbabwe and another one in Cape Town. So in Botswana, we've been in existence for quite a number of years, 1987. So we've seen the landscape of Botswana change. And I think with regards to the topic of now, talking to hotels of the future, I think we've learned a lot coming out of COVID in terms of what the customer is looking for. And that customer, in terms of their needs and wants, it's evolving. And I think the hotel of the future will basically focus more on guest centricity. A lot of the people here, certainly in this panel, are not going to be spending a lot of money going into 5 years, 10 years from now. So who's going to be spending that money? It's Generation Z, it's the younger people who are starting to work, the younger people who, some of them have got preferences that are different to us. Some of them don't want mortgages, they want to rent, not buy. They are not looking for, some of them, fancy cars. They are looking for experiences. So it's about experiences. What sort of experiences are people looking for? And as a hotel group, how do you differentiate yourself from an experience point of view? How do you ensure that you are robust enough in terms of your offering, that you are looking at that changing guest requirement, that changing guest need? And now with technology, we've seen evolution of technology during COVID in terms of data analytics, in terms of AI, in terms of those wonderful things.
So if I can hold you for a second, because I want to talk about the present, and then we'll go in the future.
Certainly,
if you don't mind for a second.
Sorry, getting ahead of myself here.
Otherwise you can go here. But Richard.
Is it on? Yeah,
it is now, yeah.
Thank you, Jared. My name is Richard Collins. I always tell people I started in hotels when I was 16 years old working in a kitchen, so I wasn't very good, and the chef threw me out. So essentially I'm a failed chef, which is what brings me up here today. But I've worked in the trade for about 30 years, and about 23 of those are with Marriott. So mostly coming up from the general manager background, everything from standalone family-run operations to, I suppose, one of my last positions was a GM of the Ritz-Carlton in Dubai, and moved to Cape Town about a year and a half ago now, which has gone like that. And I look after sub-Saharan Africa, which I always describe as any place in Africa that doesn't speak Arabic. So on the left-hand side, I go up as far as, let's say, Senegal. On the right-hand side, I go up as far as Ethiopia. And we have really exciting plans about developing within Africa. We currently have 140 hotels in the continent. That's about 12,500 bedrooms, about the same in terms of number of staff. We have another 70 hotels in the pipeline under development on the continent, which would represent about 24,000 rooms. The 70 hotels left will represent about another 12,000 bedrooms. And we're really excited about opportunities within the region. Where I differ from my good lady here on my right-hand side is that, we're not the brave investors. Many people, we have 8,600 hotels worldwide. But what people don't understand sometimes about companies like Hilton and companies like Hyatt and companies like Marriott is that we don't own our hotels. We manage the vast majority. We manage about 50% of them, and then we franchise about 50% of them. So our growth model is probably easier than the investment growth model. And great to be here. I used to tell people in Dubai, actually, when I was asked to introduce myself, because at the time I was running 12 mediocre hotels in Abu Dhabi, and Jared was running Jumeirah. So I used to introduce myself as the poor man's Jared Lawless. So that's how that went. But good to be here, Jared.
Well, here we are waiting for lunch. We've got a failed chef and a poor man. We'll see where we go from there. But what a panel we have, and what a mixture we can have to talk about how we look and how we see the future of hotels. McQueen, I love what you say about the Gen Zen or Gen Z, how they're not looking for mortgages. No, they go to the bank of mum and dad instead, probably, and they're all right, and they will have a totally different perspective on how they take things forward. And I think you're absolutely right. But I'd like to start with Leanne, talking really just referring back to Mark's point about people don't want to go to reception. I believe very much that you can say a keyless system is not something you should have in a luxury hotel. I think you should. I think luxury is very much about choice, and the guest should have the choice whether he or she wants to pass by reception or wants to go straight to the room. So how do you see that in a smaller hotel group, how you can actually mix this together and achieve what you want to do on the technological side to really ensure that you are applying to the future generation, and not just from the point of view of getting the bigger market, but also actually from your own financial efficiency within the operation?
I think you stole my light there, because I wanted to say it's all about choice. right?
Yes.
So you need to communicate with your guest in the way that they want to be communicated. They need to be able to book in the way that they want to book. Obviously, as a hotel operator, we want direct bookings, right? That's the cheapest source of revenue if they book directly. But you cannot eliminate yourself to not be on any of the OTAs, because that's where shoppers may generally shop. By the way, I have a love-hate relationship with OTAs, like all of our hoteliers do. If you start looking at it as a marketing cost, then you sleep better at night, because you were going to pay for that lead in any case. So I think the key to always being focused on your guest journey in terms of technology is all about choice, and therefore you have to be available on as many channels as possible. You need to be available on the social media channels. You need to be available on WhatsApp. There are tools available now that can respond in multiple languages, in hundreds of languages on OTAs. Imagine a guest from Kenya wanting to book in a hotel in Istanbul, and with an app they can ask a question in their own language, they replied in their own language. It's an authentic experience, and there's technology available for all of these solutions. I also think that there are very affordable ways for a business to implement these changes. It doesn't have to take hundreds of millions of pula or euros or dollars to embrace technology, because the reality is that a lot of these tasks can now be automated, where you don't obviously need all those human resources. You can then deploy the human resources into those areas of your business where you need it, where it'll make a tangible experience in the guest journey. So when it comes to bookings, yes, you want to have a reservations team, you want to have somebody behind the phone, but imagine being able to automate all the booking processes. You can save a lot of money in those areas and spend those human resources in others.
Thank you very much. Mokoena, I know you're really looking to the future and what you want to achieve. And again, I would like you to address more or less the same issue. Where do you see the major opportunities for an independent group to be able to avail of technology to the advantage of the business?
Well, I think, for any business, there is, financial sustainability. You need to be able to generate the return for investors. So whatever you do, after all is said and done, investors are looking for a return. So whatever you do in terms of technology, in terms of what we're deploying, talking to our example, as Cresta Hotels, we are transitioning now from a property management system that we've been using for many years called Apex to Protel Air, which is cloud-based. So why are we transitioning to that particular system? Because it gives us more data analytics. We are able to understand our guests better. We can do a lot of personalization. We are able to offer unique offerings to our clients before they come. We are able to understand them better. We are able to sell some of the things that we have, particularly because of the scale that we have in terms of the hotels that we do. So you need to be able to also just look at your processes. How can we do things better from a digitization point of view? Digitizing your processes, from accounting throughout the various operations, digitalization, use of AI. We are using a tool called Atomize. Basically from that tool, we are able to do what the airlines have been doing for many years, which is dynamic pricing, where the price is not constant throughout the various channels. So in that way, we're able to maximize on revenue and revenue opportunities, but also you have to be conscious of costs. So whatever you employ from a digitization point of view, it's not an end in itself. The end is how does that contribute to your bottom line? Mm-hmm. So it's all geared towards. And then the comment around OTAs. OTAs are important because they're technology companies. They invest quite a lot of money in technology, the Booking.coms, the Expedia, TripAdvisors. So what we've been able to do as well is invest. We're not going to compete with them because they've got a role to play, but we invest in our website so that we can direct traffic towards our website and therefore save on the commission that we pay them, because you can pay them up to 20%, 25% of commission. And we've seen that over the past 2 years. We've been able to grow our website revenue by 90% because of those concerted efforts.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mark, so you hear all of this. So how would you pitch what you're doing, which is already leading edge technology? What's the next step forward for you in terms of how to utilize Shackle to its maximum potential and take advantage of the way technology is going for the future?
Yeah, thanks, Gerald. I don't know if it's the right time to pitch Shackle. I'd love to get the others' opinions on this, because I think we're brushing over the OTA conversation far too quickly. Over 10 years ago, there was, of course, the relationship with OTAs. You have this duopoly, Booking.com and Expedia, and there was that love-hate relationship. But when COVID hit and hotels closed down, Booking.com and Expedia jumped on that opportunity. And I don't think hoteliers realize how much they fed into their two biggest competitors and how they allowed them to build an even bigger moat. So during COVID, let's focus on Booking.com. They launched their Genius program, which was their loyalty program. So on average, pre-COVID, hoteliers were paying 18% commission. Richard might be a little bit separate to this because of Marriott's power, but let's just talk about smaller chains and independents. 18%. Today, with the Genius program, hoteliers add 5% for better visibility, and they add 7% to be part of that program. They are paying Booking.com to build out their loyalty program. So the average commission is now 30%, and you get an even further discount as a user if you book on mobile with Booking. So last week, I emailed 3 of my hotelier friends in London for friends and family rates, as you do in the industry. And I'm very conscious to book direct because I'm in the industry. All 3 rates were more expensive than my Genius Level 3 program. So now, as someone who was the easiest person as a traveler to convince to book direct, I am 100% always going to Booking.com because I don't trust hoteliers to give me better rates anymore. I trust the Genius Level 3 program to give me the best rate. And I think hoteliers are asleep at the wheel after what happened during COVID. And I don't think we should be brushing over OTAs, because this loyalty program is something that hoteliers should be absolutely terrified about. And all of my traveling friends are now exclusively just going to Booking.com.
Hold on, you'll never get Shackle into Marriott at this rate. But anyway, Leanne, you wanted to say something there.
I completely agree. I want to pull my hair out when I'm sitting at reception and a booking comes through from a guest who's already in my hotel. I'm thinking, how have I let the system down? How have I empowered my staff that the guest who's actually in my hotel is extending their booking via Booking.com? And a few years ago, I was a lot more I'm a lot more ballsy now, but I went on a big PR campaign, which was to educate the markets about direct bookings. And in South Africa recently, there was a 2-year competition commission study, and they have found unfair competitive behavior on the OTAs, and they are paying massive fines. It isn't just for the OTAs, it is for the delivery services as well, which is a whole other discussion when we come to F&B.
No, this panel is not about the future of OTAs, but at the same time, it's very much a part of the future of hotels. And coming back to that particular point, Richard, we look at what's happening with an organization like Marriott, which is just so huge, and your Bonvoy system, which is so popular and such a driving force for business. But rather going back into the OTA part of it, I find it very interesting that you said 50% of your hotels are on HMA, hotel management agreements, and about the other 50% would be on franchising. So in 20 years' time, will they be all franchising?
No, I don't believe that for a second, Jared. I suppose in the States it's probably the most advanced franchise market. So we have about 6,000 hotels in the States, of about maybe 4,000 are franchised. What we tend to find at the moment is the more simple the product, the more chances it's going to be franchised. So you may not know, but Marriott has 32 different brands. So we have everything from Ritz-Carlton, Bulgari, St. Regis at one end. No, one end of the scale. I'm not talking about one end of what's a good hotel, down to Residence Inn and other limited service brands at the other end. And we find that when we go franchise, that we're seeing a big growth at the limited service, slight growth at the premium, but not too much growth at the luxury end. At the luxury end of the scale, both in being perfectly honest with you in terms of protecting our very valuable brands. We're the biggest luxury operator in the world. And in terms of having the ability to run these brands, we very rarely franchise those brands.
Right. Well, I get that. Now, one area that I really want to cover that's so exciting has to be OpenAI's GPT. And I confess, when I was asked to do this particular panel, I just went into ChatGPT and said, I'm doing a panel in Botswana on the future of hotels. And what would you recommend? And here I got this, all this pages and pages of questions for my panelists. So, you know, it makes life a bit easier, but this is where I got it. I'm not that clever. But amazingly, it just comes through saying, look at sustainable practices, local community engagement, technology integration, culture and heritage preservation, health and wellness trends, the whole lot. And it really is something that I believe personally is taking the world by storm. This is, whatever you want to call it, the fourth or the fifth industrial revolution, and it is going to revolutionize society. But I'd like to hear from you, McQueen, what you feel about that, what your predictions are in relation to OpenAI and how it affects our hotel industry.
Look, I think you've got to be adaptive. I mean, that's the reality, as you said. These are the times that we live in. We all need to be capacitated in terms of what AI is able to do, what are its pros and cons, and I think there is a continuous debate in terms of all of that. We are employing the tools within our hotels. As I say, it's not for the tools in themselves, it's for that end. What is that end? You know, enhance shareholder returns from maximizing revenue and optimizing costs. So we do also we've got a virtual concierge called Hi Jiffy. So when you book with us, you'll get a WhatsApp text messaging, you know, welcome, this, that, and the other.
And does the hygienist talk to you in a human voice, or is it?
No, it's via WhatsApp. So it has to have somebody there, but we want to be able to extend it that it's now AI generated. So, you know, predictive AI in terms of how do you predict your occupancies going forward, and then how then do you plan for that? Looking at the country dynamics, looking at this Gaborone market, for instance. You know, Botswana is a small population, just under 2.4 million pula. The Gaborone market has been, you know, over the past few years been proliferated with hotels. So there's quite a lot of inventory in the city, and not a lot of people. So what do you do? How do you predict when you look at a new project? And it was interesting to sit in and listen to the conversation around the pitches. When you think about a new project, you know, where's the market going to be coming from? And how do you make it sustainable?
No, exactly. What I wanted to mention as well to Leanne, you mentioned about you still want a person answering the phone. Hey, but it won't be long. You won't know whether it's a person or whether it's an AI.
Yeah. What
do you think?
I think it depends on the property type, and I think it depends on the customer. If you're a budget hotel, the customer's not expecting that much in terms of level of service, and I think they would be happy with automated voice. But I think if you're staying in one of the beautiful lodges here in Botswana, you're paying a couple of $100, you're going to want an actual human being. So I think there are many different solutions. There's no one answer. I think it all boils down to authenticity. I think it all boils down to your brand, and we've got to celebrate what we are here in Botswana. What I've experienced tangibly from the minute I got off the airplane was the people's friendliness, genuine, authentic friendliness. And no AI can ever replace that. So don't lose that ability.
No, I disagree.
Yeah.
Now, you have a situation, sort of, you're on the phone, and you don't know it's OpenAI, and this OpenAI is totally programmed to be the friendliest person on earth. You'll come off that phone and say, wow, that was a great experience. I'm definitely looking forward to staying there. Okay, when you arrive, you're not going to get an avatar greeting you. And I really honestly believe, it'd be interesting to hear you, Mark. I mean, you're in that line of business, in the high-tech business. What do you think on the AI situation? Sorry, Leanne, I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah. I really don't want to be Mr. Negative, but I think hoteliers talking about AI already is quite funny, I would say. Makwana, I think, mentioned that he's just moving over to ProTel Air because it's a cloud-based PMS. In our world, Silicon Valley world of tech startups, software businesses moved to the cloud about 12 years ago. And I think hoteliers are finally moving away from on-premise PMSs to cloud-based PMSs. So I would say, let's get our PMSs onto the cloud before hoteliers start talking about AI. And I actually have to give Richard kudos because I actually think the Marriott Bonvoy app is great. I wasn't actually having a dig at Richard when I was talking about my earlier comment, Gerald. I actually use Marriott Bonvoy for the points. But what I would say to Richard is I use Marriott Bonvoy, but then with the app, I actually can't check in a lot of times or open up my room door because either the payment's not integrated or I have to pick up a plastic key card. And in a lot of hotels today, if you want to get breakfast ordered, you fill it out on a piece of paper and hang it on your door. So I think where hotels are at today, I think at least let's get our guests into their rooms without having to go to a physical desk to fill out pieces of paper and get plastic key cards before we start talking about AI. So I think the hotel industry is a little bit premature to be discussing AI. But again, I don't want to be Mr. Negative. I'm just looking at where we're at today.
You're the second panelist I disagree with now in the last few minutes, because definitely I think that it can be a huge advantage. Why would anybody have to write it out and put it on your doors? Because there's nobody there to answer the phone when you call down for room service. So please, yeah, you want to say?
I think that use AI in other areas of running our businesses,
exactly.
Right? It's not just the guest experience, it's the data. It's in terms of our marketing of our hotels.
Exactly.
I have sadly ended 2 contracts of copywriters because I can literally put it into ChatGPT. They can write beautiful blogs for me with all the SEO keywords that I want. It takes a couple of seconds, and there I have it. So there are lots of ways that we can implement it in other parts of our business that doesn't necessarily have to impact on the guest experience.
No, exactly. My son's a lawyer, and he's so worried about they won't need him anymore because they've got it. But Richard, the big boy here with all the
I'm not sure if I'm the big boy here.
No, you are indeed in terms of the spread of hotels, and kudos to Marriott. I was always a great admirer of the senior Bill Marriott, who
of course,
just a fantastic person, and the way his approach, and you talk about the humanization of hotels and everything. Yes, he's just brilliant. The way when he visits a hotel, he comes to the backloading bay, he goes through and talks to the associates, the colleagues, whatever.
Oh, Bill Marriott has walked me through several hotels. Bill Marriott's about 93, 94 now, something like that, and he's not as active as he used to be, but only in very recent years. But he's a hotelier, he's not he's not a corporate machine, and we'd be very proud of our company. We're really a second generation family company that's 100 years old, and David Marriott now, which is the third generation, is chairman of our board. So we're very family. But to loop back to the kernel of the question, I think, Gerard, you talked about AI and its uses, and I agree with everybody in this panel. But I think we need to take a step back sometimes, and I think one thing about AI is going to do is going to curate people's journeys from start to finish. So in the very not so distant future, if it's not here already, you're going to be able to say, I fancy going on vacation, and your AI, through a process of data management and knowing what to do, will say, well, given your taste and your likes, we recommend here. This is the people that can pick you up at your house. This is the flight you should take. This is how you should get from the hotel from the airport to the hotel. These are the restaurants we recommend for you. This is the hotel we recommend you stay in. This is the best rate you're going to get, and these are the experiences that we think you're going to need there. And I think that's probably the bigger thing about AI. I was on a panel recently about technology, and they were talking about meta, and I don't claim to be an IT guy or talk about AI, Mark, but God, you used to be a hotelier at one stage. I don't know what happened to you.
You got sense.
But they said that the real threat, they were talking about the big threats to companies like Marriott and Hilton and et cetera, and the real threats are things like Meta, the new name for Facebook. I mean, Meta has something like 2.5 billion users, about 1.5 billion of them are active every day. And they know so much information about you. If they can get that information and combine it with a travel tool, that's a very, very powerful travel tool. And that's both the opportunity for AI, and it's also a little bit scary for the big
Just
boys.
to interrupt for a second, that I have to say that Mark has an avatar as a PA, and the avatar has just told him he has to go. So sorry about that, Mark. If you have to go, we understand. We won't say it's a technological breakdown. But sorry, continue, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, and there's that. And hotels like ours and Hilton's and the rest of them are trying to take on that challenge very simply by being everything. So if you want a basic entry-level hotel, and if you want a 5-star deluxe resort, we have it. By being everywhere, we've opened up, on average, one hotel every 22 hours for the past 10 years, which is an amazing amount of growth.
Wow.
And then the real one, and going back, I'm sorry Mark's not there, he talked about the Genius program and Booking.com. I totally agree with him. We don't do the Genius program because we have our loyalty program within Bonvoy. And so we want to be where people want to be, with a product that they want to have, and we also want to become sticky through points. We have 184 million members of the Bonvoy system right now, and on average, 40% of the people who stay in our hotels have a Bonvoy card. So it's a very, very powerful tool, and it's really both an aggressive commercial mechanism, but also a little bit defensive against this new world that we're entering into.
And do you see the Bonvoy, maybe you've done it already, really spreading out as well into different companies and into different areas like retail, airlines? You already have associations with the airlines.
We're doing it, and we're very actively trying to do more of it. So you can use your Bonvoy points against rental car. You can use it on Emirates Airlines. You can use it, and trading in some of your points for their points, and that's going to become a lot bigger and a lot stronger. We have tie-ups with Manchester United, with Paris Saint-Germain, some of the American football teams that I can't even name because I'm useless at this. Orlando Pirates down in Cape Town, that kind of thing. It's very important.
I'd like to move on a little bit away from the technology side into the more human side. I think that our industry gets unfairly criticized for being, they're low pay, and that's what you say. The industry is evolving, is developing, is becoming a really good place to work in my opinion. But I think we have a huge responsibility for the future. And how do we look after our colleagues, our associates, our employees, whether it's in Africa or whether it's in Europe or the Middle East or Asia or in the Americas? How can we make sure that our industry is an industry of the future, is some place to work? I'm talking about hotels, because we're talking about hotels of the future. So McQueen, I'd like to hear your opinion on that, please, if I can.
We've been talking about guest centricity, but the most important person in any hotel operation is the employee, is the staff. And again, talking about being deliberate, you have to be deliberate in terms of how you look after your people and how you make the hotel, a career in hospitality, attractive. And because it is a fun industry, the biggest contributor, the second biggest contributor to GDP in this country, it employs a lot of people. So Minister has just come in, hello Minister, Honorable Minister, and I wanted to pay tribute to BTO, because we've seen a lot of these events come in, and I think, you sitting here, I know you're going to be throwing resources at BTO in terms of marketing this country and ensuring we have a lot more of these. So it is an avenue where we can create loads of employment for our people. We are bedeviled with unemployment in Botswana, in Africa. I mean, people from Dubai, Europe, you talk about single-digit unemployment rates. In Africa, in Botswana, it could be anything from 22 to 35%, who knows? And most of those people are the youths. So we need to be, as we talk about AI, digitalization, and all the rest of it, we need to also be conscious about that it is about people. We at Cresta, we sell smiles. So it's interesting that Leanne talked about coming to the airport and getting those genuine smiles. So our tagline is where one smile starts another. So it's quite deliberate. We're gonna, because you smile and then you're gonna encourage the other person to smile, and that's where service comes from. You can't have an AI tool giving you a smile. Yes, it can improve your processes, it can ensure that you are more profitable, but the human aspect is so sacrosanct. And you have to be deliberate in terms of how you look after
we all agree with that, but I think that I still worry sometimes. I mean, do we really apply what we believe in? Do we really do it? Do we really try to ensure that the staff at the junior levels, who are after all the people who meet our customers more than the management, more than anybody, do we really try hard to ensure that they have this career development that you talk about? Because I know we have opportunities. And Leanne, I see you're dying to say something there, so please.
I think we got to look at the whole ecosystem, right? We got to look at what the business needs. And you mentioned your investors, right? So let's start at what the investors need, and then let's look at what our educational institutions are delivering. Once the students have qualified and they're in the marketplace, there is a massive mismatch between what they learn at school, what they learn at the educational institutions, and what has to take place to make them successful in the workplace. And I think here is an important role. This is where associations come into play, the associations that represent the hospitality industry, because we are the gateway between getting those students and helping them find employment and hearing what employers need and making sure that that feedback goes back to the educational institutions. Then we've got to look at bureaucracy. How long does it take to rewrite a curriculum? It'd be interesting to see what is in the curriculum at the moment, and is revenue management in terms of channel management, OTAs, are those things in the curriculum at the moment? Are they being addressed? Because people look at a career in hospitality and they think, I can be a receptionist, I can be a waiter, I can possibly be a GM, I can possibly be a reservationist, but there are so many other careers in hospitality. Revenue management, these are data geeks, these are really clever, smart people. Then you get the marketing teams. There is a whole other element to hospitality that's not marketed and communicated at all as career options.
And I think that's where the areas of internships, I come into it. I've always very much respected the way the third level education in hotel management colleges included, we know from the Shannon College of Hotel Management, where a number of us went to, that we would spend almost a year working in, say, food and beverage before we actually went into the academic side. A year in Switzerland, a year back in Shannon doing academic and very much finance, and then a year as well working as training managers on internship, and then come back. Because I've seen now a lot of universities in different curricula are actually bringing in these internships, which our industry was very much the leader in that. So would you think that that is still something that's quite important in terms of how you structure the educational side? But also looking, I love your point about how you have to look at all the different types of careers that can evolve for an individual within the hotel industry.
I think that there's a lot that governments can do to incentivize businesses to take on internships, right? And there has to be a platform for dialogue between business and government. In South Africa, we have our CETAs, which are organizations that are run by government, but they incentivize training. And if you work your CETAs really, really well, you can actually make a bit of money as a business owner in terms of the money that you spend on training. And that's everything from skills development. So I think government has certainly in South Africa, we've got a long way to go to communicate the programs that are available, because government does so much. My only criticism to government is we suck at communicating all the funds, subsidies, incentives, programs that are available.
Thank you very much. Richard, I'll give you 20 seconds on this because I want to go on to another topic as well.
The first thing I say to you, Jerry, is we had a really eloquent lady up here who's in the hotel business who said, if you want to work in the hotel business, you got to be ready for 18-hour days. Yeah. And whilst I understand the reasoning behind that, that attitude in our industry's got to stop. Yeah. Because honestly, people won't do it anymore, and they're right, Jerry. Yeah,
I agree.
They're 100% right, because it's not fair on people, and if we want to encourage people in this industry, they can't do it. The second thing I would say, however, to your point earlier, and I'm based in South Africa, so I'm more familiar with the numbers down there. There's 72% or something like that youth unemployment in South Africa. This is the industry that will save that situation, because they're not well educated. That's just a fact. It's not an opinion. And this is the industry. You can take those people in and give them a career. And I think I think it's 1 out of every 10 jobs in the world isn't somewhat related to travel or tourism.
330 million jobs at the moment, nearly 11%.
And if that was IT, it would be getting a lot more attention from governments around the world than it is. And it can solve the biggest problems of Africa, which is youth unemployment, or one of the biggest problems, which is youth unemployment.
Absolutely. So now, we haven't talked about that in the room, for Botswana I won't say, but is the CC, the big 2 Cs, climate change. And it is affecting us all. I find it extremely frustrating when we see all these activists, particularly in Europe, talking about don't fly anywhere, don't go anywhere, don't travel. Totally ignoring the benefit, of course, to local communities in this continent, all around the world, in Europe as well as in Africa, the benefits of travel and tourism directly to local communities who actually get cash in their pockets because the guests come and visit there. But I'd like to hear again, McCrenna, if you could start with it, please. What's your take on the climate change, specifically in relation to the future of hotels?
Look, it's a very pertinent topic, and rightly so. A lot of our guests now, particularly, because we do welcome guests from outside the country, and they're asking very important questions in terms of what is your impact on the environment, what sort of things are you doing with communities, what is your take on ESG, and what are those things that you're actually doing. So it's not only a right thing to do to ensure that you are doing right for the environment, that it's sustainable for future generations, but also it becomes an economic thing. Unless you do it, you're going to be out of the game. You need to be able to show what are you doing. So we're doing some new developments. So we have to be deliberate around, just solar geysers, LED lighting. How do we reuse, reclaim water, dry gardening? So those things you need to be able to jot them down, to be able to communicate to developers. Marriott is a big international group, but we take on leases, as a regional brand. So we are happy to pay rent if it makes economic sense to some of the people that were pitching here earlier. And then we work with developers. What sort of structure are you going to put in place? Does it make sense? Can you reclaim the water? Can we use it? We're going to use solar. So that becomes a right thing to do, but also economic.
We then got to stay ahead of government legislation to be actually introducing these initiatives. Would you agree?
Yeah. No, absolutely. So it comes from, as I said, doing the right thing. What is the right thing to do? So it has to come from what is our moral obligation to our environment and to future generations. So when you are doing something for the right reasons, and then unless you also do it for those right reasons, it will hit you in the pocket, because your guests will say, unless you have these sort of things, we're not going to book with you.
No.
And then we will vote with our feet. We will take our money elsewhere.
Which brings me on then to ask Richard again. I see a lot in Marriott about, don't use your towels, don't do this, don't do that, and very genuine initiatives coming in. But I still see so much single-use plastic. I still see a toothbrush, even if it's not wrapped in plastic and it's wrapped in paper, you have to cut down trees to make paper. All right, you say it's recyclable, but then they tell us so is plastic. So, where do you see yourself going in terms of being as close as possible to being absolutely squeaky clean in relation to what you can do within a hotel in relation to single use or whatever you want to say?
So certainly from our point of view, our CEO, Tony Capuano, has recently come out with a goal that Marriott wants to be carbon net zero by 2050. And that sounds like a long way away, but we know that goes quickly. And that's a huge target to get to. But to address the complete sustainability issue, Jared, I think we need to really sell the message to both owners and customers that this is not just, it is about sustainability, it is about the right thing to do, but it's also about the commercially the right thing to do. We have a global sales organization, so if you're, Pepsi-Cola, and you give us 300,000 room nights a year, we do a global contract with you. So for those major companies, we have global contracts. In 2014, 7 of those companies were asking us about our sustainability report.
Wow.
7, yeah? Now 76% of them are asking us about our sustainability plans, yeah? And they won't sign a contract with us unless we have a proper sustainability plan to put together. So that's one thing. So commercially, whether it's happening to you now, it's going to happen to you in the future. And certainly for special corporates happening. The second thing is, we all talk about solar power, boreholes, recycling water, and the various other initiatives that exist in terms of doing the right thing for the environment. And of course, it is the right thing for the environment, and we should do it regardless. But we never really said it in terms of doing the right thing for the bottom line of the hotel as well,
exactly.
and matching that up. And that will get a lot more investment from owners, investors, and bankers into those projects if we cross that properly. Very simple thing, Ger, and I know I'm going on a little bit.
No, please.
Yeah. A BMS system in a hotel. I have no idea if this hotel has one or not. A building management system.
Yes.
It's a computerized system, so we talk about technology, which tells you what air flaps to open, what air flaps to cold, what temperature it needs to be, what temperature doesn't need to be, your hot water boilers, etc. That can save you 15 to 20% in your annualized utilities bill, minimum. And utilities are going up everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's not, that does also save the environment. And we need to marry up this message of talking about sustainability and commerciality in two separate paragraphs is the wrong way to go. We need to talk about them together.
Very much to that point, I like to say very much that whether or not you believe in climate change, I personally do say whatever you do, it's good housekeeping to actually, it works for us in our industry. Liam.
As a small business, when I started encouraging, when Cape Town was facing day zero with the water crisis, we put simple messaging up in the room to say that 2 out of 3 guests will recycle their towels today, and my laundry bill dropped by over 100,000 Rand in a period of 4 months. Right? Wow. Because they were conscious. I did a bit of peer pressure in terms of what other people would do, and our laundry bill like that. And I'm very much, it's such an emotive topic, this, because coming from South Africa with massive unemployment, where children go to sleep hungry, you've got to look at Maslow, right? So yes, the environment is very, very important, but how do you tell someone when they go to sleep?
Now, but one point to this. I did recently where I got the thing, don't use your towel, don't do this, don't do that. So I met the hotel manager and said, if I don't do that and you don't change my sheets, will you put an extra apple in my fruit basket? Or what will you do for me? I don't see very often that the customer is getting the benefit of their good habits that they're applying.
But it's altruistic, right? We're making them feel good about themselves. That's what we're doing.
Yes.
I think so. I think so. If you communicate, it's all about communication. If you communicate it properly and you subconsciously reward them for that good behavior, like that simple messaging. I could have said, please recycle. If you don't want your towels washed, hang it up or throw it in the bath.
Yeah. And if you don't have that initiative, people will say you should have it anyway, whether or not they're rewarded.
Yeah.
We have trialed that, Jared. In one of our brands, we did this thing where if you didn't change your laundry, you could have a drink in the bar downstairs.
Nice.
Yeah? If you didn't change your laundry?
If you didn't change your laundry, you could have a drink in the bar downstairs. Yeah? It wasn't taken up on.
Really?
Yeah. It wasn't taken up on. People are genuinely switching from seeking, let's call it a euro or a euro, €2 or $3, whatever it is. It's not that that's not important, it is important, but they want to feel like they're doing the right thing.
I know I got to wrap up because it's lunchtime, but I would like to say as well, we talked earlier about the MICE business, which is under a lot of criticism for people traveling overseas to go to conferences. And I just wanted to give a quick example, if I may indulge myself in saying it, that a few years ago, I think it was in 2017, the World Travel and Tourism Council, we had our annual summit in Bangkok. And we managed to get the scientists to advise us of what their estimated carbon emissions total would be for the, I think it was 1,100 people who attended. And what if there was any initiative we could take to try to make up for this. And using a company called Tourism for Tomorrow, we agreed with the local community in Bangkok, who were near a mangrove area where a lot of the mangroves, for whatever reason, had died off or disappeared. They had a replanting program, and they asked, would we replant for them in this particular plantation. So we said yes. So we asked anybody who would like to volunteer to stay an extra day, and they would come out and we would dig the hole and we put the saplings down. And I think about 70 of us came out, and we spent the day planting the mangrove trees. Because we had arranged as well scientifically to show and to demonstrate that in the lifetime of the mangrove tree, that this would actually, this amount, we planted 500 trees, that this would actually make up for the carbon footprint of our MICE event in Bangkok. And you can't just let it be just talk. It has to be real. It needs to be scientifically backed. But I think it is a good way to actually look at encouraging the MICE business and making people feel good about going rather than not so good. So 1, 2, 3. So we start with the lady. Leanne, sorry being old-fashioned, but just last comments you'd like to make about the future of hotels.
I think that this industry is how we can save our economy. In South Africa, the stats are for every 7 tourists, 1 permanent job is created. I'm not sure about the stats in your country, but it's very affordable. There's very few barriers to entry to start a business in tourism, and we need to encourage entrepreneurship in the tourism industry.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Leanne. Thank you. And Richard?
I'm certainly not going to be as altruistic as that, but well done. You know, we came to talk about technology today. I'm a huge fan of technology, but I still think at times we introduce it in places where it doesn't belong, back to your luxury conversation. So my takeaway would be, if technology doesn't improve the staff member's life, the guest's life, the top line or the bottom line, it shouldn't be there. Yeah, and sometimes I think we inject it too much into places where it's not belong. And I always go back to, if you've ever checked into a hotel with the iPad-looking thing for doing the curtains and the air conditioning and the heating and the lights, and you can't get to sleep because there's that one light in the corner of the room you can't turn off. Yeah, that's my favorite example of where technology sometimes doesn't belong.
It's always the head down on reception.
Yeah.
Like the guy who said to her one day, said, "Do you know who I am?" And she said to her friend, "The guy here doesn't know who he is." All right, Kwena.
Look, I agree with the sentiments around being able to create employment opportunities out of tourism. I know Botswana as a destination, our aim is to set ourselves as a MICE destination. And I think there has to be collaborative efforts at policy level, government level in terms of what they want to do, but also talking with the industry, supporting organizations within government that really are tasked with that initiative, and also talking to us. So, and talking to the hotels of the future, look, sustainability is key. Technology, we can't ignore it. Sustainability, talking to environment, to financial sustainability. And I see some financiers in the room. And I know in Botswana there's been launching of green bonds, particularly to try and promote that level of financing that talks to sustainability and the green economy that we want. So hospitality, an exciting industry. We are here to stay. As an industry, we can create wealth for the country, we can create employment opportunities for our children, and we can also just save our planet in terms of the things that we ought to do, and doing the right things that are for the environment and for our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. And to use Dr. Rifai's lovely saying, he always says, travel and tourism is a force for good. It brings people together, we get to know and love each other, and we become all one, which I think is a great way that you touch on that to finish. And what a panel we've had, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Well done. Excellent. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerald Lawless, and your panelists for that very, very insightful panel discussion. I feel like there's so much more that could have and should have been discussed. Unfortunately, time is always the enemy, but the silver lining in that dark cloud is that we're about to break for lunch, and this gives an opportunity for further engagement and more one-on-one conversation with our panelists, as well as everybody else who's had an opportunity to share their thoughts and insights during the course of the morning. Before we break for lunch, just a few quick announcements. The most important one being that the afternoon session is going to start exactly at 2:15. So we have literally speed lunching that's going to be happening today. But please, let's try and be back in the hall for 2:15 start, just so that we can catch up on time and make sure that we are ready and on time for the cultural evening that's happening after this afternoon's program. Again, some announcements that have to do with lunch. I think Gerald might have taken one of my papers, but the lunch arrangement for the VIPs is that you're having lunch at the Mokolwane Bistro across at the hotel. So I'm sure there'll be ushers who will be able to take you to... Thank you, sir. Yes. So yes, VIPs having lunch at Mokolwane restaurants at the hotel. The rest of us, we're going to have lunch, as was the case yesterday, out in the marquee. I believe there will be coupons, but there should be some people out as we leave the room to give you your coupons and make sure we have lunch. Again, a reminder to the investors and potential investees, the deal room meeting should have started at 1 o'clock. It will be happening now. We will liaise with the organizers just to see just how much time they're going to give us for that, because we have a very strict 2:15 start to the program. In terms of housekeeping, that is all the housekeeping notes I had. And then I have to love you and leave you. And I'm going to, apparently yesterday, Giselle, who was here in the morning, said, you're fortunate that you get to witness Botswana's Big Five right here in the room. She mentioned that she was the first, Joey yesterday was the second, and I have been the third. And I truly hope that I have lived up to the reputation that the Big Five has lived up to and is known for. I can guarantee you that the beautiful, talented, amazing Tsepon Sole Hall, who will be taking over this afternoon, is for sure a member of the Big Five, and will take very good care of you from here until the end of the day. From myself, my name once again is Penya Moroka. Thank you so much. You've been an amazing audience and an amazing set of panelists and moderators. Please give yourselves a very big round of applause. And I will see you this evening at the cultural dinner. Thank you. Have a fantastic afternoon. We break for lunch until 2:15. Oh, sorry, one final announcement. Botswana Tourism Organization, I'm pulling out all my devices, Gerald, into the technology you were speaking of. Hey? None of this is happening on paper. Everything is happening on the devices. Botswana Tourism Organization have a survey that they're running. It's the impact survey to determine whether or not this summit has been a success. I believe a link will be shared with you during the course of the afternoon, and you're encouraged to please just complete that survey so that we have actual tangible data to make sure that when we do this again, not if, when we do this again, look at me looking at Mr. Ibrahim there. When we do this again, we make it a much better experience for everybody that's involved. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch will be now served.
Paletseneng mo holong ya ka re tloga re simolla tiro ya rona ya motshegare gore re wetse tiro ye ka bonako, timely and with speed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from our break. And of course, its ecosystems, recovery strategies, opportunities, the intentional use of industry benefactors, beneficiaries, current and emerging, and the future, which we all know by now has arrived. Before I even go deeper into what we are about to talk about, mention the fact that I am the fourth of the Big Five, earlier alluded to by Ramoroka, and my name is Tsepon Sole. I am responsible for ensuring the smooth running of this ship this afternoon. Now, as I was saying, all these conversations and deliberations have had one goal in mind: to transform Botswana into a regional tourism and business hub. Also, to connect our travel and tourism sectors with investors and global tourism leaders. This summit has been the conduit to deals being brokered between businesses with deal rooms and, the project presentations that we saw earlier happening within this very summit, the fruits of which we surely will see in the not-too-distant future. It is in this spirit that we continue the afternoon with more dialogue and ideas exchange. Please allow me to call on stage Carmen Roberts, who, according to her, has produced a program aboard the world's longest flight, filmed on board the world's largest cruise ship, gone behind the scenes of the world's most efficient high-speed train service in Japan, and reported from one of the world's most secretive countries in North Korea. Now, what I cannot wait to do is to read what blurb she will have about traveling and moderating a business summit in harsh Botswana heat. If we are talking about the job, talking on the job peak challenges, others I just mentioned seem to pale in comparison. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our moderator, who's been very key in steering most of our conversations this afternoon, Carmen Roberts, who is a travel writer, presenter, and broadcaster for the BBC, and she will lead us into our conversations. Welcome on stage, Carmen.
Thank you very much. What an introduction. Surely you're all getting sick of that by now. So welcome back to our Dragon's Den style session. If you were here yesterday afternoon or this morning, you'll know that the next session is a slight departure from our usual programming. We'll be showcasing the entrepreneurs and their projects that are looking for that crucial funding, investment, or partnerships to get their projects off the ground. We'll be allowing these entrepreneurs to present their projects, a brief elevator pitch, if you like, only 3 minutes, before our panel of experts, who I'll introduce very soon. In turn, our panel of experts will be grilling them and asking them some searching questions to test their business models. So let's get underway. Let me introduce our esteemed panel of experts. First up, we have Gerald Lawless, WTTC ambassador and former president, and also CEO of Jumeirah Groups. He knows his hotels. Thank you, Gerald. Okay, former CEO, sorry. The comma was in the wrong spot. Now, also, Gobusamang Kabine, CEO of Corporate Nexus. Is Mr. Kabine back from lunch, or is he still at lunch? Perhaps he's still at lunch. Okay, we also have Cuthbert Nkube, the executive chairman of the African Tourist Board. Please welcome Cuthbert. Thank you. So now on to our presentations. We have 12 projects that we're going to try and whip through this afternoon. And in this session, the brains behind each project will give a brief 3-minute pitch. Now, let me remind you, this is live streamed all around the world. So please be succinct, and I'm going to be timing you, and I've finally got my alarm bell ringing so that you'll get a buzzer that rings when your 3 minutes is up. Okay, so let's get underway. The first of our entrepreneurial hopefuls is a hotel near the airport area in Maun, and this will be presented by Victor Sabina, the director and founder of Hotel 430 Proprietary Limited. Is Victor here? Okay, maybe we'll come back to that. Maybe Victor's still at lunch. Next up is Shalakwe Hills Inn, B&B, by Gloria Museki and Gabadzo Museki, director of Shalakwe Hills Inn Resort. Thank you very much. Okay. We have the clicker. Here we go. For your presentation. Okay, good luck. I'll be timing you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teboho, representing the company called Iti Mageba Tours, dealing with the sightseeing city tours. This is Iti Mageba Tours. This is my project is called Iti Mageba Tours. I will explain what is Mageba when time allows. Just because we don't have time, I will not go straight into explaining what Mageba is all about. This is us, we offering excursions in Gap City. Iti Mageba Tours is an initiative to promote the city that was built after diamond discovery as a destination. We propose for the investor to partner with us with a 10 million Pula loan to expand this massive profit-making worldwide business. To buy 4 modified trucks, 4 double-deck buses, install ticket system, selling system, salaries, bills, rent, office equipment, and others. To run in opposite direction and buses when weather is bad, including when we have long safari trips to Maung, Kasane, etc. Other services we offer, the traditional games. During our trips, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to also make sure that people are not getting bored everywhere they'll be going. Sometimes they will be where we'll be hosting events like whereby they will be hosting. We'll be offering traditional games, as you know that as Botswana we have traditional games. We'll be also offering tour and camping services whereby now we can take people outside the city and they spend a weekend with them just like that, there and there. The packages we'll be having, we are having the Gaborone City Tours, which covers Gaborone, 3 chiefs, the government enclave, Tapong, Art, Gabs City, Gaborone Game Reserve, Gabs, Dam Old Naledi S. Lunch stop, whereby we'll be enjoying our lunch at Mafita Kosi in order to leave something also for the community, to boost the community. Our second package is the Pelagano Habane, Kulobing Bahurusi Cultural Village, as a lunch stop also. Manyana Rock Paintings, that is where we'll be continuing, where we are going. Covering all main shopping complexes, another another package, like whereby maybe someone wants to go around the shopping complex, shopping and doing, so whatever you'll be doing during the weekend and also during the week, like Airport Junction, Game City, Rail Park, River Walk, Main Mall, BBS, etc. Kids weekend excursion engagement trips. Also during the day, you know guys, children are getting bored to spend the time at home every day. Monday to Friday. So now what we are doing, during the weekend, we are taking kids outside to go and give them a different experience when it comes to life. We also have a corporate package. Corporate package, it covers international visitors, also the locals who are more into business. Like we'll be also taking them to BIC, CBD, BITC, Diamond Park, BDC, ETC, just to show them what our developments are all about, or this companies or organizations, what they are doing. We'll be also having overnight camping in parks and reserve stores. This is us at the National Parliament. You can see. This is us also. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping to time. That was great. Do we have any questions from our panel of experts? I see Gerald Lawless grabbing his microphone there.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I'd really like to understand a little bit of your financials. In terms of you're looking for this investment. In dollars, that would be what, about 1 million?
10 million, sir.
Sorry?
Well, can I,
in dollars?
In pulas. It's fine in pulas, yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, but really the question, because from your presentation, what are your financials? What do you expect? You know, how much money can the company make? What would be the return? How much do you need to borrow versus the actual income, the revenue, and the overall equity, debt equity?
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm glad because when I talk about my project, I'm not dreaming. I'm talking of something that I've been doing for about 5 years, that I know that the challenges and all those things. It will be not very difficult for us to make money. Why? Because, let me give you a typical sample. The school has about standard 7s, grade 7 children who want to go for a trip, educational trip. They are about 200, and we are using one modified truck. They canceled the trip. Why? Because the students or the kids, they want the truck. They don't want something that is new, that they are always using daily at home. They want a different experience. So it will not, like I've shown that we have packages, different packages with flyers to let people know where we're taking them and all those things. With that, it tells me that we can make money.
Thank
you. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Very good concept note. The capital injection you're looking for, is it for expansion purposes on your project?
Thank you so much, sir. Currently, we operate since it's a self-funded project that I established on 2014. And we started fully operation on 2015 after being licensed and registered legally. So then we are operating with one truck currently. Also, it's like you see, it's a Bedford and old style thing, So then it was just we want to expand the project because one truck is also an old truck. It's not cannot work 24/7 like that. There and there we experience breakdowns there, and that is why we want new machines to run past our project.
You are the sole proprietor of the business?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Quick one. Obviously, you are looking for expansion. And I think the question that was posed was, what is your anticipated revenues? What is the length of time of the loan or investment that you want to see? Are you looking at equity investment or just a pure straightforward loan?
Okay, thank you, sir. Looking at what we'll be offering, we can make a lot of money. As you know, the Sightseeing City Tours is an international concept, making money around the world, like London, Cape Town, and all those other countries, cities. So now, where we are going to make money, here's the secret. We are not supposed to wait for the bookings to say we want to go there and there. I've already talked to the Ministry of Transport, so that we have a route like in other countries, in other cities, whereby now the trucks, when there are 4 or 3, they will be following each other on times. You see, unlike when now it's packed and it's not getting enough money. So now it will be working the whole day, which means I think we can make a lot of money whereby maybe in a year we can make about even 100,000, more than 100,000, we can get it. Yes. Yes. Right? That's...
We'll talk behind the scenes. I like it. Okay, maybe you can meet up later. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm that side by the deal room. We can go and make a deal there. I'm waiting for you. A lot of them will talk about them. We don't know like that.
Great. Wheeling and dealing. Apologies, that was the expansion of Itse Mageba Tours by Mr. Kagodi. So let's now go to Shalakwe Hills Inn and B&B by the Maseki family. Have we got the Maseki family here? Mr. Maseki? Okay. Please come and take the stage and talk about Shalakwe Hills Inn at B&B. Okay, sorry, I've messed up the order again. Everyone keeps changing the order on me. Okay, well, while you're here, oh, sorry, okay, we've got to change. Sorry, which one? Which one is it, though? Are we hotel near the airport? Are we the hotel near Maun? 4:30? Oh, okay, Shire She Eco Luxury Resorts. Apologies. Okay, the slides are being prepared for Shire She Eco Luxury Resort, and please welcome Mr. Boloko to come through. Botolokoi. Okay, my goodness. Okay. Oh, okay. Mr. Oteng Legoe? Legoe. Apologies. So, Mr. Legoe, please take it away and let us hear all about Shaya Shi Eco Luxury Resort. I'll be timing.
The wait is over.
I was told the other one.
Shaya She Eco Luxury Resort, a destination where expectation meets experience. Imagine having the best of both worlds, where serene natural gardens meet you at your most comfortable corner of Mother Earth, where water meets land and vegetation nourishes all living things. SSE Luxury Resort offers an indulgent range of luxury accommodation and wellness services, locally owned with globally thrilling cultural experiences. SSE guests will enjoy mingling with the locals in activities which cultivate cooperation and compassion that leaves no space for poverty. SSE travel packages are wrapped in daily co-creating and coexistence activities, such as tours to the Mountain of Trade, Domboshaba, to learn about local underpinnings of indigenous knowledge and practices. Shaya She Eco Luxury Resort has packaged the best of Botswana's real treasure, its people, culture, and nature. To the lone traveler, the madly in love, and the adventurous tourist, welcome to Shaya She Eco Luxury Resort, where expectation meets experience.
Afternoon, in a nutshell, that's who we are. So I will go through the presentation very quickly just to highlight who we are and what to do. This is where we are. We are accessible via A1. Next to, not very far from Francistown, those who know Francistown better. And then at the red circle, that is our position in the dam, or our position in the dam is there, and that's the measurements. That's how the layout is like, how we are going to be accessed. You branch off A1 and go to the back of the dam. That's further details showing just about where each of the facilities would be. We have the tented luxury tents. This is too fast. Luxury tents, the admin, the lodge, the tented accommodation, and the wellness center. Okay, thank you. This is low density, so there will be the hotel, and that's the layout of the hotel. And those are the offices and everything, with a restaurant and a conference facility. Everything is located according to those numbers, where 5 is, 6 is. Next is the villas, and that's the layout of the villas in the place. You have seen where they are located in the area, but that's how the layout is. And we have a pictorial. Next. And then next is the wellness center. The wellness center will also offer several activities, including your hydrotherapy, treatment, meditation, sauna, and other facilities. And also this is to show you how the layout will be and where each of these facilities will be located in the wellness center. There's going to be a swimming pool as well. And then the luxury tent, that's typically how it will look like. This is at a concept level, so these may be modified a bit, And then in the next suite, we have tree houses, and that's how they will be looking like. And in a nutshell, those are the 3 different facilities. There are other associated activities that are associated with this, like you have seen in the video, the cultural aspect of it. So we're very much entrenched into giving back to the communities, and the eco-luxury will also be strong in the water sector to reduce the amount of water that we use, as well as the netland.
The wait is over. Shire Shea Eco Luxury Resort, a destination where expectation
this is what we started with.
Experience. Imagine having the best of both worlds, where serene.
That was the same as the first one.
Yeah, it's the same.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I really like those tree houses. They look very iconic.
Thank you.
Okay, our panel of experts. Who would like to go first? Cuthbert?
Yes, how far is it from Francistown, and in terms of accessibility, infrastructure development, have you taken that into account? Yes, accessibility.
Yeah, it's not very far from Francistown, and along the A1, it's a quick one. But by default, we want it to be a bit adventurous, so you access it via Mandunyane, and to the back. You access it from the back, not from the front end of the dam or the embankment side. You go through there are motorable tracks at the back and rivers to cross. It's a bit of fun to get there, because one of the visits we made was during the rain, so it's a bit of a tricky one.
Okay, so you can only access through your 4x4s. And what is your capital expectation injection?
We're looking at 5 million. USD, and this project is also likely to, we intended to phase it so that it is not like the bulk of the money all at once. And also, it will be useful to do that, to take into account what was earlier mentioned. I picked that it's important to get the stats, because it will be a new operation. It will be very important also to get real data from the initial phase and use it as an input into the next phases. Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? Oh,
yeah,
Mr. Kabini.
Following on what my colleague said, are you looking at a pure financial investment, or you are looking at equity acquisition? If I come with the 5 million, are you prepared to give me shares? And
yes.
If you are, what shares are you willing to offer?
We are willing to give equity, and the ideal would be not to offer much over 50% if we have to go up beyond 50%. We want to retain a good portion. Okay. It's actually, Shire Shea is a consortium of various companies, so we want to retain.
Okay. If it's pure investment, cash, loan fund, what is the repayment period that you anticipate?
It will not be fixed. Like I said, it's likely to be phased. But the period of the lease would be 15, the first 15, followed by a renewable another 15 years. And expectation is that within those 15 years, it has to be returned.
My last point. This one is a comment, it's not a question. Okay. Investors sitting here, my friend, unlike your CEDAs and probably your commercial banks, any investor sitting here, 15 years is too long a borrowing time. It will either destroy you by interest, and he's not very keen because he needs to invest 5 years max and move to another investment. So go and rethink this and see how you can best do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And Gerald just has one last question.
Just a quick question. Maybe I missed it, but how many rooms in total? How many actual rooms?
Hey, I didn't go into that. We're looking at 100 beds capacity.
100 beds?
Yeah.
And villas? That's including the villas?
Hey, 10 villas.
10, so it's 100 plus 10 plus the treehouse.
and the 3 houses and the tent.
And how much is the total capital cost of doing it?
Of?
The total capital cost. How much in total will it cost to build it?
Of the villa?
No. How much will it cost?
Hey, the total. We estimated it 110 million pula. I said
fine.
5 million USD. So
you're comfortable, you've checked out that, you've done your feasibility, that is practical, that you can do it for that amount?
That's where the phasing and data gathering comes in, so that we get to know better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great. And finally, sorry, I've mentioned this 3 times now, Shalakwe Hills. Mr. Moseki, please come up. We got there eventually. I will start the timer on 3 minutes and you'll hear the bell.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Gabazu Museki. I'm presenting on behalf of Shalakwe Hills, and I'm presenting a project that is currently in Kasani. In this project, we are actually developing a product. It's a product development project, and this product that we're developing, we are going to be calling it Shalakwe. And we are viewing hospitality as not being homogeneous, and rather we are seeing it as being heterogeneous. So meaning that there are many different products that we can have that can be consumed. And we want to have that product that we can then say, this is a Botswana product. Whenever you go, we would find Shalakwe maybe in Zimbabwe, somewhere else, somebody would know it comes from Zimbabwe, like any other names that we know in the hospitality. This is going to be using the lean. It's a lean startup, and as a lean startup, we are looking at building, measuring, learning. We are actually building a minimum viable product, the one that we can say, okay, people can consume at a certain level. And then we say then that as a minimum viable product, customers don't know what product they want. So with a minimum viable product, the customers are going to help us define the product that they want. We do that, like it was said earlier on, through experimentation, rapid experimentation, interactive product development, where we interact with those who come to consume the product and say, why can't you add this? I need this. This room could be good if it was like this. And then this is how we collect the data, and then we factor it into our development. That is, we do the continuous development. We have started that with a project we started our first facility in Tlokweng, and now we are running 7 rooms in Kasani, which is going on very well. And then we are doing the other minimum viable product that we want to be. Our second phase is in Kazungula. Okay, through the development of the product, we have realized that our consumers need rooms that can let them outside. They don't need rooms that they go inside the whole block. They want something that can lead them outside. And we have realized also that they've got different preferences in terms of like beds, room style, and the like, and then people would choose to be there because of a specific room or a shower, a bathtub, or what kind of a bathroom that you have. And then we are factoring those in to say a complete product must provide for such a kind of a package. And then now in our Kazungula facility, we have developed a standard room. We've done a family room, and then we've done a swimming pool as they want it. Now, on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, and on the open space, this is the part that we want to develop. And as you can see, we've got a family room, which is a modern room. And then on the other side, we are getting a variety of rooms. We want when 4 people come in, and each one should find what their best fit, to say, this is the kind that I would want to be in, still within the same facility. Not to say, oh guys, I'm going to go somewhere else and leave you here because I want this kind of a facility while you are here. So we are able to keep such people. So this is what we are presenting now and developing as a product, and as a product it will become standard and people would associate whatever they consume with the name of Shalakwe. And when we, okay, this is how our product composition is like, is the standard room, the family room, and then that. And then when we account that, accounting for the development of those other ones, we can see that, yes, we can get money to start and complete the product in 3 years. And then after 3 years, we repay the fund and then be able to start making profit, where you can see the green one. Even though those ones is profit also, but more profit can be achieved there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's great. Who would like to go first in our panel of experts? Or Cuthbert, quick off the mic.
Thank you so much. What excites me with all the projects that have been presented is the authenticity and preservation of destination's uniqueness. And I believe that very good concept. And then in terms of your capital injection, what are you looking at? I know that you're saying the repayment period, you're looking at a period of what, 3 years? What are you looking at in terms of dollars and pullers?
This is a product development process. And as a product development process, we are not at its implementation where we would say it is fully fledged. Now, I would look at the money that would be able to take it to the second phase. Like in this case, we are looking at around $1 million that will be able to complete these other 4 structures, and then allow it to go into the other. And then the value that it would create after it has those, then it would put it in a position to be able to negotiate and request for more money as an equal partner, not requesting from a lower stand. So this is how we want to develop it.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Excellent. Next up, we have the expansion of Yibo Travel, Yibo, sorry if I've pronounced it wrong, Yibo Travel and Tours, presented by the Managing Director, Boago LC Moswegu. Sorry, I've really messed up your name, haven't I? I do apologize, but you look amazing. Good luck.
Good afternoon. My name is Elsie. I come from Yibo Travel and Tours. We are a travel agency based in Gaborone. We are rightly placed at Sasrazakama International Airport. That's where our office is. We deal with anything to do with your travel, be it your accommodation booking, your tours and safari, your visa applications. We can help BITC if they are there. We do your team building activities, and we also do domestic and international ticketing. We are here asking for 5 million pula. We want to expand. We want to buy 2 boats and 2 vehicles. Everybody is conscious about environment these days. So we want to do green boating. We want to buy a boat that it's going to use solar or electricity. Yeah, and we want to introduce, we'll be buying a luxury boat, a 150-seater, which will be the biggest in Kasane. And this boat will be doing your conferencing in it. We'll be doing a restaurant in it. And yeah, thank you. Thank you. So we are looking for 5 million and 25% equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsie. You have made my day. I was getting worried that all the presentations and the concepts that have been presented, only our brothers who have been presenting. I was thinking that where are our sisters?
We are here. Ladies,
yes.
Are you there?
Right. If I may ask, what is your current turnover in your business as you are looking for expansion?
Currently we don't have any boat. We are sub-hiring. We are based in Gaborone and we do the activities in Kasane. And it's not easy. I won't go much into figures. Okay. Those who need figures, we can send the full proposal. But yeah, we're getting something.
All right. I just wanted to get comfort as a prospective investor to say you're currently running your business. How is it run? Will I be comfortable if I have to inject my capital? But never mind. Thank you so much. Have you thought of collaborating with other existing businesses?
We have been doing that. We have been doing that, but now we want something for ourselves and something different.
If I may ask you as well, you seem to have quite a large amount of activities. You also do the travel side, inbound travel.
So we also do what?
In your presentation, you seem to have a large amount of activities already.
Yes.
So your organization handles the full circle of travel.
Yes.
Right. So what kind of, I know you've gone through, but what kind of total revenue have you now in the current operation?
That's a difficult question. I'm not really...
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. It's okay. I'm just trying to get an overall picture myself. Not a problem at all. But because it does sound very interesting, and I'm very impressed that you want to do the electronic boating, and I'm sure it would be very... But 150-seater, is that what you said for the boat? 150 people?
Yes, 150 people.
Oh, very done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I won't be tough because I've been in that business for 30 years, so I know exactly what you are thinking. You and I will agree that in a lot of ways, the boat is new business to you. Your focus is the travel agency more than anything. But you know, just an idea. I was in Shakawe in July, and I was looking at how totally unutilized that part of the world is in terms of tourism. But it's one of the most beautiful places. We're all putting our efforts go Kasane, yet the Okavango River, that side, is great. And I was going to actually talk to Honorable Minister Keren. I haven't done it yet. When I came from there, because there are 3 platoons that were used to cross the river before they made that lovely bridge. That I would like you to go and talk to Minister before me. See if she can get you those and create 3 things. One is pure restaurant, floating restaurant. 2 is your normal cruise boat for sightseeing. Unfortunately, there are not many animals there, so you'll have to decide what
people are seeing them. Do think about that, because my thinking for you is this. As you do your inbound travel booking and domestic booking, send people there. Get Botswana to now start flying you to Shakawe so that you can now start a virgin market. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much. From our project, yes, we are eyeing Kasane and Shakawe is in the project. Thank you so much.
Great, some good ideas there to take on board, and thank you for going to time. You were the first person to meet the time limit. Woohoo! Okay, so next up, we've got the development of a horticultural farm, hotel and camping site. And this project will be presented by William Bande, who is the operations director of Octagon Distributors. Thank you.
Afternoon. Dumelang, Mamuka. First of all, I would like to thank the Botswana Tourism for giving us this opportunity to be here today to showcase what we've been cooking behind the scenes. Well, Octagon Consortium is a business that aspires to go into the tourism market, and the Tourism Consortium has already secured land. Octagon Consortium has a 19-hectare plot, which is located about 12 kilometers from the Mau city center. So this land is to be developed into a campsite, a hotel, a beauty spa, and we also plan to do educational tours, agricultural educational tours for school children from primary to tertiary. And we also plan on coming up with a horticulture farm that will be able to produce food that can be sold to the immediate community of Mau and further to the rest of the country. Aligning that with our activities, we also would like to incorporate travel activities that will include mobile safaris, camel rides, horse rides, boat cruises, scenic flights, just to mention a few. We are looking at securing the international market from all over the world. And from this development, we are looking at an initial investment of about 2.5 million US dollars to develop the facility. We would like this to be a partnership, not a loan, in which the shares can be discussed with the investors once anyone is interested in this project. So this project will also incorporate green technology. We intend to use solar systems for lighting our like our facilities, the buildings. We would also like to use green technology, like to do the lighting up and stuff. And we also have the privilege to have access of elephants which pass through the site. So we intend on making a pond where elephants can be able to stop by and have a bath while our guests enjoy the scenery of the wildlife there. Yes. So in a nutshell, that's what Octagon Consortium is about. Thank you very much.
Could I just ask quickly, what would be the maximum equity, like partnership you would give? Like, would it be 20%, 30%, 40%? Would you allow yourselves to be in a minority?
Well, we were looking at giving out 40% shareholding, 40%. Yeah.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, Mr. Nkube.
And the capacity of your facility, what are you looking at?
In terms of?
How many rooms?
Okay, we are going to have 10 tented camps and 100 rooms.
Okay.
For
No,
the
that's
hotel.
brilliant. That's brilliant. I love your agriculture component. I want to see, well, that's a bonus. A presentation where would say, we are going to create cooperatives. And your market are these big conglomerate organizations. We need to see Botswana supplying food supply in these hotels. We need to see Botswana supplying even rice, locally branded or regional, supplying in all the outlets. And that's the idea when you look at the intra-Africa trade, to say, how do we start to appreciate and tap in on opportunities that we have as Africans? With 90 hectares of land, you can do so much to develop it into a hub of this region. Thank you so much.
Yes, and I think just to add on top, our main focus again was to create employment for the youth. So by coming up with this agriculture activities, we are bringing people to make a living by making their own food, and also encouraging the use of green technology and solar systems.
Great. Gerald Lawless.
And just to ask you, because I'm not familiar with the construction costs and everything in this country, are you confident that you can do all this construction for $2.5 million?
Well, our design is at concept stage, and our estimations give us that figure, which we anticipate can be enough to complete the construction.
Great. Thank you very much. Sounds like an exciting project. Thank you. So our next presentation will be joining us virtually. It is a state-of-the-art hospitality facility, and it will be presented by Christine Mutabelezi, who is the Managing Director of Iswiza Rest Camp. Welcome, Christine. You have 3 minutes. Oh, hold on, let's get the audio. Hello, are you on mute? Hello? Unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, excellent.
Hi.
We can hear you now. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. My name is Christine Motabelezi from Iswiza, providing my presentation of Iswiza Rest Camp. Okay, it's a travel agency based in Kasane and a tour operator as well. We provide travel agency, accommodation, tourist transfer, game viewing, mobile camping safaris, and fishing services to our clients. It's a delicious of establishing and running a bush camp project in the game reach of Kachikau. And it's between Kachikau and Kavimba village. Okay? With a passion for sustainable conservation, cultural exchange, community empowerment, and environmental management. An owner-managed enterprise that views customers, service, and public relations as the key to success. Okay? We are a one-stop shop that offers off-site tourism services to one that on and off-site services. And we are planning to develop a unique hospitality facility in the Game Reach area of Kachikau in the Chobe West Enclave. And that will be providing or cater for the 4x4 trekkers that drive in a dirty road between Maun and Kasane to see the surroundings of the area, right? Which the urban areas can't provide. So, and then our proposed one-stop shop operational will, help the organization to ensure the customers against the risks that are normally associated with outsourcing jobs, to enable organization to execute jobs with a fair degree of precision, enforce quality control and insurance measures, deliver impeccable services, and conduct public relations audits to boost the organization on cash flow, productivity, and efficiency fronts, to create unique trading opportunities for theater arts performers, local artists, craftsmen, and the women that produce clay products and knitwear. Okay? To provide writers, thinkers, and planners with an all-one solution package that would fully meet their tourism and retreat requirement, as well to help create jobs for the local youth who have widely been seated as members of the society that are continuously gravitating away from their traditional lives towards the not so sustainable life of seeking employment in the urban areas. So our imagination is to build a large accommodation and conferencing facility with a high-tech equipment, an arena for theater arts, gardens that are adorned with rare ornamental plants, okay? And assortment of bird species that and breathtaking landscaping pattern. The ambience of a global competitive bush resort, a one-stop shop image that carries chalet, safari tent, and camping ground components. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello? Thank you. That's great. Will you stay on the line for a few questions? Okay, that was very good. Will you stay on the line for a few questions from our panel of experts? Who will go first?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Gerald Lawless is going to ask you some questions.
Just a little bit of confusion in terms because the video keeps coming and going. So when you mention accommodation, what exactly does that comprise of? What is it? You said accommodation and a conference area.
It's a plot with accommodation, tented accommodation, with a small chalets and a camping site, campground on the other side. This is to cater for those, like we are along the Kachikau and Ngoma Road, whereby it leads Savuti clients to Chobe National Park. As they are passing through, you find that maybe the Chobe National Park is closed at 6. So they'll be able to stop over at our places to use our facilities.
Night. I'm asking, can this actually stay overnight? For the night?
For the night,
I just
or
wanted
2
to
nights, or
understand
3 nights, or 3 nights.
Okay, fine. Just trying to understand the actual concept. And how much in total is it going to cost?
We're looking roughly at 3 million pulas, looking at the size of a conference facility you want to build, because looking at the current time now, there's no conference facility between in the Chobe enclave anyway. If there's a meeting or the president is having a meeting there, there's nowhere they can go to that conference facility. So everything is done in Kasane. So we're looking at the bigger picture, which can accommodate many people. Instead of going to Kasane or going to Francistown, they can think of, no, we can go to Chobe Enclave. While you are there, you'll be sitting by the riverfront and you'll be looking at the animal roaming around, just passing by you. And that also give you a good picture.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you so much for joining us online.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next up we have Koi Sands Resort and Leisure Park, and the presentation will be done by Cabo Matalhapahiri. I do apologize. And then you are the Managing Director of Koi Sands Resort and Leisure Park. If you would like to say your name again properly, that, yeah. Okay, great.
Can you hear me? Hello? Good afternoon. I'm going to, let me just say, I'm the director and the founder of Koi Sands Resort and Leisure Water Park. I'm going to tell you why Koi Sands Resort has been created and who's going to benefit from it. Okay. I'm going to tell you why Koi Sands was created and who is going to benefit from it. The word Koi, the 3 letters, the K is my name, which means Cabo. Cabo means to give. The O stands for Unele. Unele is my girlfriend. She is the mother to my daughter. It means receive. Mike, oh, okay. Okay, sorry. And then the I is our princess. She's called Itumeleng, which means be happy. So it means we give, people receive, and then they become happy. And then on, Koi is a game in Botswana. It's a game in Botswana. It's a skipping rope that is held at the ends by 2 people, and that 1 person or many people or 3 or whatever number, they will skip when the people on the ends are rotating the skipping rope. So what does Koi brings? It brings rest, entertainment, sport, and tourism. Tourism in Botswana is fast growing. Sorry?
3 minutes.
Yes. Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Just 3
minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me just be quick. Koi was created because there's a problem of Botswana are traveling a lot. They are going to neighboring countries just to seek for leisure. So that's why Koi was created in the first place. In the second place, Botswana is losing a lot of money because so many people are going outside the country just for leisure, to go do what? Seek for something that you just saw its video. So we are looking at, I'll try to speed up because of the time, I don't have time. What we are looking at is, I'll give you the model. We are going to make money through ticket sales, lodging, attractions, farm produce, conference facilities, and rentals, and events. Rentals, I mean, we are going to have around 12 retail outlets. We are going to have renting of vehicles. We are going to have renting of compounds. What we are looking at, we are looking at 260 million pula, 260 million pula. Our expenditure for the projection that we did is, the expenditure is 19,031,064.
Yes.
And then the second year is 43,506,179. For the third year, it will be 50,032,000 and 50,032,106. The net profit will be 15% for 1 year. This money, we are going to use it for architectural drawings, construction, purchasing of equipment, salaries, insurances, and all the like. I'm sorry, but the video took my time, so I was trying to speed up.
That's great, thank you. Okay, please stay here. You might get a question from our panel of experts. Here you go.
I forgot your name is Kay, right? You're looking for 260 million.
260 million, sir.
What is your security?
Hold the mic close to your mouth.
Sorry. We are, we have land. We have, in that land, we have drilled a borehole. It has got fresh, clean water. It has an estimated capacity of 21 cubic meters per hour of water. I don't know if I've answered you.
What's the value, the value of your land vis-a-vis the loan? You're looking for a loan, or you're looking for an equity partner? You're looking for somebody to give you 260, or somebody comes and say, I want shares and I can put X?
That's a good question, sir. We are looking for a lender or investor or both. Yeah.
And the value of your land and borehole with 21 cubic liters per month, per hour, what's the value of the land that you have now?
Unfortunately, that's a good question. Unfortunately, we haven't yet valued the plot. We are in the process of valuing it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Gerald.
Yeah, just to ask, it looks like a very interesting complex, and really something that will be very different, very new. Do you have, or have you applied for planning permission from the authorities? Have you got the go-ahead in terms of the permission to build such a construction?
Yes, we have those the building permits.
And would you expect any grant or any kind of aid from the authorities?
Do I expect what? Sorry, sir?
Would you expect any contribution from the government, from the authorities, cash-wise?
Contribution for the authorities?
From the government.
Like the government?
Are there any grants available? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, please. Yes, I have. I do expect contribution from the authorities. Yeah, because authorities could be, I don't know if I'm understanding his question well, that authorities, is it being the Khotla, the council? Yeah, yes, please. No, not contribution. No, like being, when you build this kind of project, you need to inform authorities like the Khotla, the Khosi, and everything. That's why I thought of the contribution. The project site is at Botswana, just 47 kilometers from Lepolula. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
I'm sorry, the 3 minutes was a bit small.
Don't worry, no problem. Thank you very much. Okay, our next project is Space Solutions Luxury Camp with a conference center. And this will be presented by Precious Jeremiah, who is the Managing Director of Space Solutions Limited. Welcome. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Refilwe. I'm the Managing Director of Space Solutions. Thank you. While I'm waiting for my slide to show, currently I'm providing self-catering accommodation. So as I'll be presenting my campsite proposal, I'm already started to pitch myself and to learn more about accommodation projects. Space Solutions is 100% women, Botswana based. It's owned by a woman. As you can see, I'm the director. And I've already secured land in Muchenje, which is within the Chobe National Park. And my intention is to offer some cottages with, okay. Sorry about that. Let me put everything there together. My intention is to offer 15 cottages as well as 5 executive rooms and 10 tented areas. And one thing that is going to be extensive and different from other campsites in the whole area is that I'm intending to incorporate sports. Like I want to have tennis courts that are there, because already right now I know one of the resort there, which is Moana, offers golf. So I want to diversify and get into tennis. And then another thing, I'm a clinical social worker and substance use specialist. I will also be providing health and wellness programs there, especially wilderness therapy. So that is one thing that if you choose us, you will be able to get into that space, because right now in Botswana we have a lot of substance use and there are no more, we have less programs that are offering therapy. So that will be something that is distinctive about my area. So here are some projections about my project, that in 2024 the intention is to raise at least 2,353,587, and in 2027 it would have grown by 4,308,222, which is the expected revenue of 10% increment annually, and expenses are expected to increase by 5% annually. So when I do for 47% occupation rate, the expected monthly revenue of the whole area will be about 970,204. And for me to be able to do this project, I'm asking for 6,320,000, which is about less than 600,000 US dollars. And I also show the sustainability position there, that we intend to use the solar energy to implement the water conservations and water reduction and recycling and preserving the biodiversity. So we look forward to partnering with you as we take this journey, because we will be starting right from beginning. It's a 1 hectare, it's a 1 hectare plus area that we managed to secure. Thank you very much.
Well done, that's great. Thank you. So do we have some questions from our panel of experts? Mr. Nkube?
Thank you so much. 1 hectare. What's the value of your land?
Currently, the value is valued at 500,000.
500,000.
Yes.
And what is your target market?
The target market, I'm intending to target people who are the mice, because there is a conference facility over there as well. I'm intending to target people who are into the cultural events. I will be targeting the young people, as I mentioned that I'll be providing wilderness therapy. I'm targeting people who are into nature and who are into enjoying the beauty of Botswana.
So 49% will be your local target market. Or we're looking at 60% will be your local target market?
You mean the local people?
Yes. When I say local, I'm talking about local.
Oh, local Botswana.
Yeah, and we can even zoom it to regional target market.
Yes. Currently, the overall occupancy around Kasane right now in 2022, statistics show that the average occupancy has been about 66.1%. And the overall 37 occupancy rate is assumed for the camps in that area, including the international and the locals. Unfortunately, I couldn't find statistics that were specific for the locals. But I believe with vigorous marketing, like as we know nowadays we use technology to market and attract people, definitely I want to see Botswana going for camping. And that is why I also have cottages, because Botswana say, I can't sleep in a tent. We grew up from humble beginning, and I don't want to sleep in a tent. So that's why I made sure that there are also some cottages to cater for those kind of people. Thank you.
Great, thank you very
Just
much. Mr.
one
Kabine.
question. You are looking at a 1,000-seater conference facility, and you are within the Chobe Game Park.
Yes.
Which closes gates at 6 o'clock. How do you plan to manage this? If you look at the time, yesterday we left here at after 6 o'clock. So we would not be allowed in the park at that time. How do you plan managing that? In other words, are you talking to the authorities to see if the times will change along the way? The other thing is you're looking at tennis as opposed to golf, as you said. Address me why tennis as opposed to golf? Just for interest's sake.
I'm a mother of 2, and my kids opted for tennis. And I want to see them like, as somebody earlier talked about passing the legacy. I want to be able to see my kids run in this area, and because they already have shown interest in tennis, that is why as a parent to encourage them in that area. Another one about the closure, currently I have done my market, authorities are able to make exemptions. When we know exact time when our guests are coming, there are some forms that I filled for people who come after hours. However, I will also be working with local accommodating companies within Kasane. Because as you can see, I haven't put any cost to say I'll be having a car for game driving, I'll be having a boat, because some people already have mentioned that. I will be collaborating with those so that they can also have a piece of what I'm offering. Thank you.
Just to add to Mr. Kabini's question about the 1,000-people conference centre, what happens if you get a conference booking from outside for, say, 700 people? Can they be accommodated in all the other accommodations? Are there enough rooms in the area to look after all these people? And can the infrastructure cope with something as big as that?
When I made this proposal, I also put in factor my competitors around, because I cannot work alone. Already there's Mochenje campsite not too far from me. There's other campsites that are not too far from me. I believe in sharing a big piece of cake with others.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't share, but I'm asking, is there enough capacity amongst your competitors to be able to accommodate a big conference? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was great. Thank you. And the next presentation is the Cultural Village in Kazungula, and it is presented by Anasia Mbanga, who is the founder and director of Bait Investments, and also the Comfort Palace Guest House. Welcome back to the stage. I'll start your timer.
Hello, good afternoon. I will start by giving you a scenario of my place, how it will be.
Imagine a place where the beauty of nature is celebrated and protected. A place where culture, tradition are celebrated and passed on to the next generation. Imagine a place where visitors can experience the best of what Botswana have to offer while respecting the land and the people who live there. That place is a unique place. And this place is in the middle of 4 countries in Kazungula, Botswana, where 4 countries meet: Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. And that is where our cultural village will be situated. Thank you. My name is Anisha Mbanga, as already stated. I have been in the tourism business in Kasane for the past 11 years. I'm running a facility by the name Comfort Palace. And people who are in Botswana currently, from October, and for me, from October until April, for my facilities, I'm fully booked. Meaning, showing that Kasane has got the market for tourists and for both the local market and the international market. Now, for my experience, I've realized one thing. More especially my international customers, they mostly take 3 days in Kasane. After 3 days, they would like to do something different apart from seeing animals and going to the Vic Falls. So what we do usually for my clients, I refer them to Namibia to do something for cultural. So now I decided now I'm going to start the cultural village. That's why I am here. This one shows the guest houses that I'm already operating. I'm running after the minutes. Our cultural village will be showcasing the unique culture of the Basubia, the Basara, and the Bananja, and the area of Chobe. And, oops. And the culture in Chobe is so diverse. We've got people of Basubia dancing. We have them with a special dance. We have them doing weaving. We have them, oops. Oh my God, what have I done? So we see the people of the music, they do dancing. This is the culture that we want to showcase. We have cultural games like Koi, the one that you can see here. We also have cultural dance of both Basobea and the Basara. So these are we want to make a package whereby people, they come and see the whole culture of the Chobe district, the whole culture of Chobe being showcased in one area, including the 20 chalets that we will be building. And those chalets, it will be in the form of a round hut that showing the accommodation type in the Chobe area. Thank you.
Thank you, Anicia. Now, our panel of experts.
Yes, ma'am. How much are you looking for?
Oh, thank you so much.
If you want people to invest, or how much shares are you offering?
I am currently having a 1 hectare plot, which I'm already starting to develop. Last month, I started by putting up a borehole, which has got a 5 cubic meter of water in there. Last week, I started fencing the area. I am looking for any investor who is having passion with cultural village or who is having an interest in my business to come and invest at least 30% of the not 30%, 50% of the money that I need. I need 5 million. 5 million pula, I'm sorry, which is about $500 or $400.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
Thank you so much. A very good presentation, which I believe that what sets us apart as a continent, it's our diversity and it's our culture, showcasing who we are. Your current capacity, you're saying many times you are overbooked or you fully booked in most cases. What is the capacity now?
Right now, I've got 10 rooms with a 100-seater restaurant.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. No, that's brilliant.
And the other thing that I forget for Chobe area, I like giving back to the community. And I believe if I get the chance to do this other project again, I'll be able to give back to the poor community of the Chobe area. Like right now, I have, usually every time I select one destitute child from Form 1 until university. Right now, I am taking care of a student who is finishing her final year in university. Then next year, I'll be picking up another student.
Wow. Will you be ready to give a stake to the community in terms of shareholding?
Sorry?
Will you be able to give a stake back to the community in terms of
of
shareholding?
course.
And what are you looking at?
What I'm looking at is, like, for example, the Basobia people are very, very good in music. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure that I find groups of people who can do the dancing, and in return, they will be getting paid. And I'll be having, like, the Masarwa person to come and teach people how to make fire with stones. And in return, that person will be getting paid. All aspects of culture that is going to be done there. Whoever is going to be a stakeholder, either weavers will be weaving, then we'll be having a curio shop where they sell their products.
I would just like to say that, first of all, congratulations. I think that you're doing what we believe
sorry, can you try to...
We believe
your
that
accent is too difficult to understand.
Are you talking to me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's the way the monitors, it's very hard to hear. No, what I'm trying to say is that I would congratulate you because you're doing what tourism is so much about, bringing it back to the community. You've already proven that you know how to do business. You have a very successful business operation as it is. And I wish you every success because I think that you will succeed because you've got a great project. So well done.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful. Okay. Oops. Thank you so much. Now, I think that about wraps it up. We have one last project, but I'm not sure if they are here. The Bright Allure Botanical Garden. Are we here? If you're here, raise your hand. If not, okay, that wraps up our Dragon's Den style session. And thank you to everyone who presented, because it must be very nerve-wracking to come up here before a big audience and it's live streamed. So I congratulate you all to everyone who presented. Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, we can move on to our next session. So we're talking about enabling investments in tourism SMEs in Botswana. So, Mr. Nkube, please stay there, because we also have Cuthbert Nkube, who is from the Africa Tourist Board. Thank you, Mr. Lawless. And we're also joined by Michaela Powell-Rees, who's the Managing Director of Rira Partner. And this is a boutique advisory firm based in Botswana, offering corporate finance, risk consulting, and management consultant services. And lastly, we have Kaziso Koyabe, which is Head of Business Development Services at Business Botswana. Thank you very much for joining us. That's great. I might pop over here and take a seat myself. So let's talk about SMEs, because banks in Botswana have been very supportive of SMEs in the tourism industry, even in uncertain times during the COVID pandemic. But with the recovery of the industry, how can banks extend their support, especially to new ventures and innovative initiatives? This session will cover the issues pertaining to the gap to be bridged between SMEs in quest of finance and potential investors, and how policies can help Botswana's SMEs benefit from foreign direct investment. So let's kick off. Investing in tourism SMEs, small to medium enterprises, is often perceived as quite a risky business. How can they change this perception? Should we start off with Mr. Koyabe? Can you tell me a bit about Business Botswana, and what do you think? Is it a risky perception?
All right, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having us here. It's been an amazing summit so far. I've learned quite a bit. Business Botswana is an employers organization which also acts as a chamber of commerce in the industry. What we are best known for really is our role as an advocacy body and creating platforms for business to be able to interact with policymakers, lawmakers, and other stakeholders in the private sector. Fortunately for us, within our membership, we also have those commercial banks. We also have parastatals that we work with that support enterprises. And I think we will all, well, most of us will agree, as some of the discussions had mentioned earlier, is that one of the key things that we are trying to achieve is to de-risk, right, issues around funding SMMEs. And a large part of that is working on the quality of human capital within those businesses. In other industries, especially in tech, as to draw an example, investors always talk about how they invest in people. Yes, we want a good solution, we want a profitable business, but we want to make sure that we have the right people to drive those forward, who are capable of carrying out that work and who have the necessary skill sets. So as Business Botswana, other things that we do is to come up with training programs, initiatives, and capacity building. Coincidentally enough, we're just about to launch an intervention into the hospitality sector, which we had initially designed in partnership with the African Development Bank. And just before rolling it out, we took out a survey with one of the local universities, Botu University, in the areas in which we were aiming on supporting. Of course, working closely with HATAP, the sector association, who is the head of the sector council for tourism. And we discovered that while the interventions that we were coming up with were rightly channeled at the staff that interacts with the tourists the most, we found that if we wanted to drive mindset and service change, we really had to get the buy-in of the owners. And so that has affected how our program is structured, but it also guarantees that at least whatever interventions we introduce to improve the competitiveness of those businesses is actually taken up by the business and is not just seen as, an exercise in futility. We do know that there's a lot of enterprise support organizations that are assisting businesses with issues around their bookkeeping, issues around understanding their market, who exactly are they selling to and who is their target market, what are their concerns, what are their interests, what are their apprehensions and sensitivities. One clear one that came through the course of the summit is the climate change issues and being responsible in that manner. And these are the things that we have to now inculcate our SMEs to understand that for the tourist of the future, this is a primary concern. And working that into their business plans, working that into their strategies, and working that into the development of other services on the fringes of their business.
Okay, great. Michaela, do you deal with a lot of SMEs, and do you think investing in these businesses is deemed risky?
So Carmen, I completely agree. It is, investment in SMEs is definitely risky, but we can always mitigate risk. And so how do we do that? I think it's very important, and I think Kahiso talked to it. In Botswana, we're on a drive at the moment around mindset change. And that means owners really having a good understanding of their business plans and being able to present to the bank something that is bankable. We're very fortunate in Botswana. We've got a great financial services sector. We've got banks who are very supportive of SMEs. They want to give their money. We've got liquidity in the market, for sure. But I think one of the best ways that you can de-risk is by actually getting professional advice and understand that it is necessary. SMMEs, especially owner-managed businesses, are run by great operators, especially bankable ones. But sometimes they may not have the financial acumen or the financial skills to be able to really assess a project, see if it's financially viable, and so therefore they need to go and employ the services of people like ourselves who can help them get to the stage of, is this project actually feasible before we take it to a bank? And I think in Botswana, it's an area that, you know, we definitely need to build capacity in. And I think it's an area that is definitely acknowledged by our government, which is great, and an area that they are looking to improve in. So yes, I do agree with you, it is risky, but I think there's definitely mitigations that can be put in place.
That's great. I'd like to bring in Cuthbert and Kube. From an African tourism perspective, in the wider role, what do you think about SMEs and how should we foster their growth here without having the perception that they're a risky investment?
Yes, the riskiness. Walking down the street, it's risky, but we walk anyhow. Driving down the streets, there are risks involved, but we drive anyhow. So in terms of SMEs, which is very fundamental, even within the African Union, I mean, agenda items embedded on their visions and objectives, they are focusing on building SMEs. Africa, for our sustainability in terms of investment and also in terms of tourism, we need to support the value chain, which is our SMEs. That is why when you look at, as African Tourism Board, we are saying we haven't explored much in terms of investment in Africa. We haven't started appreciating what we have, the low-hanging fruits that we need to tap in. As I indicated that when you look at your booking.coms, we have so many young people, genius, IT guys, who are supposed to be developing their own mechanisms here in Africa so that we have our own channels where the dollarization does not go out of this continent, but stays within. Those are hanging fruits. We have always said as African Tourism Board, in terms of our value chains, supply, we want to see cooperatives in Africa, here in Botswana, where we even supply bedding in all our hotels. Why would I go and sleep on a sheet that has been imported from China? Don't we have expertise who can do that? We can do so here in Africa. So we need to come with mechanisms to say, how do we start to develop cooperatives and synergy among us ourselves? Remember, we are here in Botswana. We live here, but let's focus and think beyond the borders of Botswana. Let's think beyond the borders of this region. Let's think even beyond the borders of our continent. There is so much that is in store, whereby we can leave a good legacy at the end of the day.
You've raised a very good point there, that it's not just the tourism industry when we think of hotels and tour operators. It's the textile industry who provides the bed sheets. Is there incentives from financial institutions and the government that you're seeing that this is being promoted as well? Even the motoring industry and the solar-powered renewables industry. Is this something that is being promoted? Kagiso, maybe, is this something that you're seeing?
I think at the moment there are actually quite a few overlapping policies that support exactly what Cuthbert is speaking to. Whether there's synergy in the application or not is a different discussion. However, with the promotion of local produce, production of local horticultural produce, you know, I know the ITC is here, but I know we've closed the borders for a few issues, a few products, including even in the textile industry. Now, while these policies are done primarily to support, you know, the agricultural sector or the manufacturing sector, there's a clear linkage to sectors such as hospitality, where, as Cuthbert says, all we need to do is form deliberate linkages between these sectors, deepen the value chain, and widen the areas of impact. I mean, even when we look at the the percentage of farmers who are women in some of those areas, around the touristic areas, you realize that there's an opportunity there, not only to bring them together for the purposes of supply to the hotels, but we know, Botswana will know quite well that traditionally women in Botswana also form collective savings groups. Now there might be an opportunity there in the early stages of development of these enterprises where these collective investment groups can help de-risk or center the risks closest to them. That way you're involving the community and you're also diversifying the financial instruments that can be available. And then what we would then need to do is maybe look at expanding the current citizen guarantee program to support and protect those collective groups, to encourage their investment. At the moment, a lot of those groups are really just for saving purposes or groceries, but they are evolving. They are evolving into buying property, they're evolving into getting into business, and what we need to do is create a business case for them for the tourism sector as well.
How easy is this to do? How easy is this to implement, to get everyone to collaborate in periphery industries?
Can I piggyback?
Yes.
I think there's a good example, although it's quite a large example, is the supplier development programs that are developed in the mining sector, for example. They've been able to, cut across many different sectors. They've been able to work in partnership with many other programs, many other government entities, private entities, to ensure that SMMEs, youth, women are involved in the mining value chain. And what we need to do is to see how we can replicate these across other sectors. In other regions of the world, we do have supply development programs in textiles and various others. And I think if we start with a few champions of the sector, then we can draw people in.
Yes. Michaela, what do you think about this?
I think in Botswana specifically, if you look at our luxury lodge operators who operate in a very remote area of Botswana, obviously it's in their interest to be able to procure as much as they can within a close remit of their operations. Botswana has been exceptionally good in the recent years at promoting procurement from citizen-owned entities. And we've seen in the work that we do that many of these operators try and purchase as much as they possibly can from either local suppliers or suppliers who are closer to them, which means that obviously they're trying to import less. And yesterday I saw a great example. Kim Nixon was on the platform yesterday, and he said to me, I came across a bee man. And I looked at him and I said, Kim, you came across a bee man? He said, yes, he's got bees and he produces honey. So I asked him, how much honey can you produce? Because we use a lot of honey in our camps. And I think that is a great example of really trying to support startup SMMEs. But I think what's also important to note is when you're operating in a luxury sector, which Botswana is very well known for, and it's what we pride ourselves on, is that you need continuity of supply, you need consistency of quality, and you need to make sure ultimately that that business is not going to let you down.
Right.
And so as much as, we've got policy that encourages and in some way prohibits bringing in from outside of Botswana, we also need to make sure that we are not letting down the businesses who need those supplies.
Right, and how easy is it to get these businesses on board? Cuthbert, do you think looking regionally, have you seen examples outside of Botswana and things that we could emulate here?
Look, we have always said tourism is a broad-based sector that incorporates quite a number of sectors within our governments. And we have also noted, as I said, that we haven't tapped much within our continent and taken advantage of what we have. For example, simple things as your sports tourism, which is a multi-trillion-dollar business. And when you look at other continents, they are benefiting so much.
Yes.
With soccer, utilizing.
Could we get the World Cup here?
And unfortunately, when you look at Liverpool, when you look at Madrid, when you look at all the big players, 90% of your stars, they are coming from Africa.
They are indeed.
Why are we not standing up and saying, look, as Africa, what is it that we can develop within our continent that will rotate among us, all member states, so that we preserve what we have and we keep our expertise within. At one stage, I wasn't feeling well when I was in London. And then I went to one of the hospitals, mega hospital. Guess what? The doctors who treated me, they were from Nigeria, from Africa. We have it all. But the problem we have, we don't appreciate ourselves. So there is a need for a change of attitude. And this goes beyond the SMEs we are talking about. It goes to our government. They need to have a will and a drive. To have synergy, the public sector and the private sector, they should join hands. In all our deliberations here, brilliant ideas that are coming out of here. Yes. But if our public sector does not have the will to drive this African agenda, next year, we'll still be discussing the very same issues. Our SMEs having problems of accessing funds. But I'm so happy with Botswana. Especially the minister, unfortunately, she has stepped out here. And I want to really plead with each and every one of us here. Greater things are coming in Botswana. A lot of public relations have been done. She has been working tirelessly behind the scene to position Botswana as a destination, preferred destination of choice, both for investment. That's why we are celebrating this summit. So we are planting a seed. It is your responsibility to stand up, position yourself. That's why my concern to see men coming here presenting their projects. And when you look at our sisters, it's almost 0.1% who came to present there. It is time to position yourself. It is time to claim your space. And it is time to talk to our policymakers. If we talk about developing Africa, what is it that we're talking about? They need to shape up. They need to play their part so that together we can move forward. Yes, it can be done. We've got quite a number of good case studies. Let's emulate, let's pollinate from those who have walked ahead of us so that we can then take the good practices that will progress us, that will move us, that will shift us, that will sustain our communities, that will build our businesses.
Yes, I totally agree. And I think that this conference in itself is definitely the first step in that public-private partnership. And hopefully we can keep the momentum going. But I think the main takeaway that SMEs here will want to know is what's the best advice, how can they get ahead, and what's the best way that they can access funds. So shall we start first with you, Michaela? How shall we wrap that up?
So I'm going to give you an example, and I'm sure it's a person that many of you know in Botswana. His name is Bexing Glovu. He's the founder of African Bush Camps. And I just want to quote what he said when people asked him of his success. And he says, "It was a gradual journey. It was a lifetime's worth of investment, and he showed gratitude for those who crossed his path and believed in him." These Botswana stories are not unique. So for all of those seeking funding, understand that it doesn't come easy. People are not here to just write you a check or to just give you money. It involves hard work. It involves making sure that your business plan can be torn apart and that you can justify it. It means that whilst we have a very great tourism policy in Botswana, it has to meet the boxes, it has to give back to communities, it has to protect our environment. Understand that it needs to make money if you're looking for an investor. And it is a risk. So make sure that you anticipate the questions that are coming to you, get advice, and ultimately do things properly. And really cover your bases. So this will also make sure that you know, and starting any business is tough. You speak to any entrepreneur, many of them have stories of the hardships that they've faced, including myself. Know that it's going to take time, it's not going to happen overnight. So when you're looking at raising funding, make sure your business case can be torn apart and that you can answer for everything in it. Because if you don't, someone else is going to.
Right. Well, that's sound advice. And Michaela, do you think investors from outside of Botswana. Can this be done from outside of Botswana, or do you need to physically be here?
So I'll give you a great example, and I'm not sure if it's a, it's a transaction that's been in the worldwide press, and I was honored enough to work on it. We were the sell-side advisors for the founders, local founders of Kavanga Engineering, which is a business which refurbishes and, well, it modifies and converts safari vehicles. This family started their business from scratch in Botswana, and they came to us when they were looking at a disposal. And a long story short, it was bought out by Sir Jim Ratcliffe. And through Ineos Automotive, it's a vehicle called the Grenadier. There's a beautiful manufacturing facility up in Maun. And that business, we are 100% sure it's going to continue to expand. This was a citizen-owned Botswana business for many, many years. And why do we flag that transaction as a success? Because Sir Jim Ratcliffe got his team on the ground in Botswana to work with management. He got them to understand the landscape. He got them to understand the difficulties we face. He got them to understand the challenges. And I myself, I remember spending a lot of time with, the equivalent of our advisors on the other side, really getting them to understand our unique challenges. So yes, my advice is, you can't make an investment, I don't think personally, from Botswana sitting on the other side, just looking at the textbook. Come. Understand the landscape, understand how we do things, because then you'll know how to address the risks that concern you most.
Okay, great. And Kagiso, what's your best advice for SMEs out there?
All right. For me, I think the big one is do more to understand your market. Do the research, and research is not just, confirming your own biases from your surroundings. Find out from the people who come from the markets that you're targeting. Like many have mentioned here, there's a lot of support from both public and private sector, and how the support can aid you is that they can help you get to information. They can help put you in the rooms to have discussions with those type of people. But you need to do your research. You need to understand exactly who you're targeting, and you need to then build backwards from there. And another big thing is, when you're looking for money, you need to understand that this is somebody's hard-earned money. They don't have to give it to you. They want returns. So the best thing you can do when you've got a 3-minute presentation or a 1-minute presentation is you've already got it in your minds. You know what are the concerns that you've probably shied away from including in your presentation, but be as transparent and honest as possible and try to mitigate some of those questions that investors and financiers will always have. And lastly, I would say, build the right team. Sole proprietors are seen as a very risky investment, and I'd be surprised if any investor still invests in a sole proprietor business. And remember that 100% of nothing is nothing. Be willing to give away equity, but be careful. Like our colleagues have said, it's a long journey. You will have a couple of stages along the way. And even our colleague from Stanbic Bank said in the morning, that first stage, not a lot of financiers are going to touch you. But there are other options. Of course, there's venture capital, but there's a budding angel network that is growing in Africa. We've seen angels from different countries collaborating to invest even in a country like Botswana. So there's opportunities out there for funding at different phases. You just have to know what you're looking for at that moment, what you're willing to pay, what you can pay for that, and where it will take you and what you will need for the next step.
Great, thank you. And Cuthbert and Kube, what is your best advice for SMEs out there looking for investment?
Thank you so much. I'm an advocacy that says life is all about risk. When you get into a flight in a plane, you put your safety belt there. You go through turbulences, and the captain says, please sit down. Put your safety belt on. It's all about risk. There is no guarantee that the flight will land in Addis, but we have that faith. So we need to create in our minds, especially focusing on our institutions. I know, especially from the black point of view, our SMEs, they still have a challenge in accessing funds. because most of these institutions, they are not our institutions as Africans. So we need to have a shift of mentality. Let's be prepared. I'm happy that most of our colleagues from the government, they are affirming, even the president, the vice president, affirming the support. Let it not be a lip service, but let us walk the journey. Yes, I totally agree that when you present your presentation, your concept document, it has to be well elaborated. It needs to answer questions before those questions are even articulated. Let's make it, and also let's learn to work as a team. That's my plea. When you look at the presentations that we have, it looks like all of our colleagues, they were sitting in one room, and there was a lecturer was going through the opportunities in Botswana, the tolls, and everybody is looking at developing what the next presenter is developing. We need to be proudly enough to get together, be proud of ourselves, support one another, and most probably come up with cooperatives, as I've indicated. These are low-hanging fruits. You present that document to any institution, they will definitely realize that there is an opportunity, and they will be able to support. And coming to Botswana, Botswana's central location in the southern region, it puts them at an advantageous situation, because you're looking at the 4 other member states who are surrounding Botswana. When we talk about the intra-Africa trade, that means access of trade from these other nations. So the opportunities are vast. The African Union, actually, they are coming up with a funding system that will be looking at how best can they assist our SMEs. As I indicated, that we don't have our financial institutions. Even the Afro-Zimbabwe, who are doing a marvelous work towards assisting our continents, we are not having a good supporting system. So by so doing, I'm pleading with each and every one of us here who desire to be a businesswoman, a business, position yourself, know your story, prepare yourself, and make sure that you take advantage of all these grand opportunities that are ahead of us. And I'm so glad that, in closing, that our engagement here, they are not only being televised here in Botswana, but it's across the globe. So that's why we are positioning this beautiful jewel of Africa to make sure that, prepare yourselves. Let's have enough infrastructure in terms of accommodation, in terms of hosting big conferences and mines as well. That's what Rwanda has done. That's what Cape Town has done. Why can't we emulate and pollinate some of those beautiful practices and preparations for greater things that are coming to Botswana? We are making it, and we will make sure that we make it. I want to applaud the organizers of this great event. Ibrahim has just gone out. It has been a mission, working hard behind the scene. But during that process, positioning this beautiful destination. So together, we can do so much. Segmented, we are bound to fail. Unity of purpose, let's move together. We can go thus far.
Thank you, Cuthbert and Kube. I think that's definitely been a theme for this summit, hasn't it? Collaboration, partnership, not only financial and economic collaboration, social collaboration. We should all support each other, and you're all so supportive. Also, do your research, get your numbers correct, be here, be present, know your market, seek advice, and above all, collaborate. So let's hope, I'm sure this opportunity will not be lost. We will position ourselves here in Botswana for this time next year. We'll be stronger and better, and there'll be even more investment in the country. So thank you very much for joining us and my esteemed panel, Michaela, Cuthbert, and Kagiso. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmen. Carmen Roberts there, moderating and facilitating the two sessions that we had this afternoon. It's been an action-packed, content-packed 2 days, and my job, among many, is to really wrap up what the 2 days have really been about. But before I go there, I'd really like to take a moment to congratulate the presentations, the businesses, the individuals who came up here and presented their businesses. A round of applause to them, because first of all, it takes a lot to stand here and have 3 minutes to talk about your business in 3 minutes. So congratulations to them, to all the businesses that came up to talk about the businesses. And just to really look back a little bit, these businesses, if you remember, have a bit of agritourism, cultural villages. We had tour operators as well. We heard from botanical gardens all the way to luxury camps offerings. Projects that really show and remind us the sheer diversity that a single industry can offer. And all were bidding for big business to take them on. Surely this is inspiring. A round of applause for that as well. Now, as I close, let me remind you that over the last 2 days, we've heard high-level discussions on topics that touch on pivotal issues regarding Botswana's tourism industry. The need to consolidate ideas and ideals for a cohesive regional tourism ecosystem, air connectivity, and our link to the outside world as a major drive to allowing feet into Botswana. We heard a conversation that highlighted why you should be interested in investing in Botswana from a broader tourism perspective, and even heard from those who have brought investment into the country and are living and breathing the experience and the dream, as it were. In the same breath, we were invited to discover Botswana beyond its majestic and natural beauty, but to also put our money where our mouths are, and this is part of the conversation that just happened here, and to seed opportunities with the goal being to grow both business, country, and human capital. The question of how fast and agile we are in adapting to and with technology, as well as adapting to the new and evolving guest of the future. Questions have been put forth over the last 2 days, not only to be answered over these 2 days, but to go and deliberate, investigate, and further challenge the entire industry to work better together, support, nurture, give access to, and to continue to grow Botswana's beautiful natural resource after diamonds. Now, for me personally, 2 amongst many stand out for me. A request by His Honor the Vice President that we go forth and be ambassadors for this incredible industry and its people. And I would like to echo the words that Mr. Ngube just said now. Position yourselves. Be ready, because greater things are coming. Collaborate. There's strength in numbers. Support each other, because without you and the next person, there is no tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end of the summit. I do believe there's a bit of information intake fatigue, so I'm going to allow the day to end. But let me remind you that BTO is conducting an evaluation survey to determine the impact of the investment summit. We would like your feedback. Please remember to fill out the survey. The link has already been sent out to you, so ensure that you help us with that as much as possible. Bagaetso, thank you so much for your audience over the last 2 days. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you to all the moderators. Thank you to all the facilitators for contributing. Thanks to you for being a part of this incredible, incredible summit. I invite you to a little bit more networking and, of course, the Culture Night this evening at the National Museum. Make sure that you have your outfits ready, your dancing shoes off, and be ready to exchange business cards as well. My name is Tsapontole Hall. It's been a great pleasure hosting you this afternoon. Thank you.